Hello? Wait, I think this needs to be turned on. Okay, that's probably fine. Wait! Alright, now I have to check again. It's probably fine. But just to make sure, this is me talking to the microphone while the music is playing at this volume. Oh, it needs to be turned down a bit. Just a little bit more. I'll be listening at this volume, so turn this down to like 14? 13. Okay, now this is what I would sound like whenever I'm talking at this volume, right? Okay, that's fine. Oh. I should have everything in line too. Yeah. Chapter 5. I don't even think there's much to say. I can probably get right in. Ooh, wait. Love this song. I will say it again and again and again. So good. Scene. So I wanted to capture this one. This should work. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, is that fine? But if I start Deltarune, what happens? This is the real test. Oh, that's an issue. No, I can't have that on my screen. Yeah, and it stays there. That's bad. Yeah, normally I'd have this down, which is not true. I usually wouldn't have this down, but we're working on it, eh? Bit. Why is that like this? If I do this. God damn it. Well, does it work? What if I type in chat? No, it doesn't even... Oh, it does work. But it appears like that, which is stupid. Okay, well, what if I hide it? Oh, but that's bad. Then I can't see chat. And that defeats the purpose. What if I do it anyway? What the hell? Test? Yeah, damn it. Well, why does that happen? Looks like it won't work. It's alright. So it's not gonna be transparent? Is that like the deal? Oh no, it just doesn't show up. Okay. I guess we're not doing that. Okay. Display capture. I guess we're fine. Why did I even want to do this? I think it's alright. Yeah, no, we don't need to do all that. Shh, shush the music down. I think it's time to begin. Okay. Okay, yeah. Deltarune. So yeah, yeah. What I wanted to do was try and... Does it show everything? Everything? No, it doesn't show that. The Discord overlay, which is alright. It's actually good. Yes. Notification. Gotta check my phone. Do I have to turn this off? Nope. Shouldn't. Oh, yes. 37 hours, holy. Whew. Okay, yeah. It's been a second. Second as in I didn't stream it yesterday. But we're here now. That's kind of the important thing. Oh, okay. It always does that. Okay, how far back are we? Is the cutscene in the left still gonna show up? It should, and I hope. Kind of it. Guys go everywhere. But yeah, no, I wouldn't have even streamed it today, but I decided it would be best 1 second. I'm gonna turn the audio up just a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. No, I'm just gonna turn this up, right? Is this a good idea? What happens if I do this? Nothing changes. We're upping it. We're upping it. I'm deciding to up it. 16. That's right. No, yeah, that's quiet. Is 20 fine? Could probably do 20 at this point, but I'm gonna lower it down to like 17. That'll do. This does higher it though. Well, now I'm gonna lower it down to like 14. Let's get the precise measurements. Yeah, this'll do. Now I'm getting the crisp audio with the fine gameplay loop. Stream paused on my phone? Nope. Okay. So where were we? What's the most that I can say we've done? Oh man, look at that reflection. Pulled no stops on this one, did we? It's actually cool. Really cool. Oh god, yeah. Aqua and Chris, whatever this means. Is that how much it costs or how much I have? Why would that even show up? Is this gonna cost money? Can't wait to talk to Aqua, my favorite character so far. It's pretty definitive. These aren't that special. So yeah, Flowery, that's his name, I just remembered. It's got Asgore. We gotta stop him. Asgore's gonna say some stuff in this next room. It's gonna help us start piecing it together. Gotta like refresh my mind. What's up? You're like alone at this table. Oh, you're adorable. I gotta turn this down again. Turn it down for myself, I'm not gonna lie. This song's just louder. It's really good though. This song is good. Like especially good. Is that all you said, Yon? Oh, yeah, I forgot it's you. Right, yeah. Yes, you're cool. You recognize me and now I will follow you. If you can find me. Ooh. Wait. Oh. I wanted you to find me. Boss, I've realized sticking with you is a safe investment. Yes! So I'm guessing these are just the people that I've got wrapped around my finger. Does that mean I need 3 more? Or are those possibly just empty? Boss, meeting you really bloomed friendship into our hearts. After everything, I couldn't be more proud to be on your side. Oh yeah. She's cutting the tablecloth into various useful shapes. Yes, heart. Heart for Deltarune. We can do this, but we can also... I said we do it. Oh! Take a break for 20 flowery dollars. Let's have a break. Speak with you, Aqua. Blue, 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 blue. We are knife friends and blue. Chris, change your shape. Change your shape. Nurse outfit. Nurse. Again. Change again. Aqua. Gotta go aqua. Yes. Ooh, wait. Why can you change shape but not do magic? Chris, magic, do magic. Heal prayer or rude buster? Heal prayer. Ooh. Ooh. Don't do that anymore. We can have breaks for $20? Make more friends, have more breaks? So I don't have enough friends, I see. I hope I haven't made any wrong decisions. Whoa, you're cool. What? I didn't mean to do this. Oh, this is sick. Are you guys okay? Ooh. Were the other ones not real? Oh shoot. I wanted to fight you anyway, you look really cool. Terracotta. Watering can, water plants, water's slower. So what do I have to do? Oh. Ooh, shit. Am I doing it at all? I think I didn't do anything. I did nothing. Oh, turn all pots green. Okay, well, we got one. That's two. Damn, that's hard. What? I have to turn all of them green? Gold hair, give water, brained. Oh, okay. You just have to eventually do it. What happens if you're fighting two at the same time? Oh, man. Slower. Use watering can drop. Yep. Lifted words. Does the worm. Little dirt never hurt. Ooh. I like it. I like your spunk, kid. Beautiful. I remember this trailer. Nice. Recruit. Okay, we got paths here. So you're in, yeah, okay, you're in here now. Friend, made bloom. Now I protect friend. Yes, that's beautiful. God, but we have two paths. I can go this way, I guess. There was stuff the other way though. This is where the cafe leads me. I can go back eventually anyway, I believe. Let's go this way first. Oh shit. Dang. Gotta like actually look at these attacks, it's hard. Concentration. Cool attack, I like this. This is advanced. Bit much. Human digging, no good, is that what it said? Oh, shit. Get some more. Need them in that rightmost plant. It's hard to get in that one. Got that. Come on. The attack's gonna end. Yes. Amazing. Wowie zowie. Bazinga. Oh, that just ends the fight. Okay. Why can't I do this? Why can't I push them off? What does this mean? What am I really... The story. You think you'll like it? They're here, Aqua, stop them! Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Shite. Oh, you can't open all the doors. Shame. How'd you like that? Why are you peeking your head? Or you're scared when I come up, eh? This must say something about you. Ooh, can you dodge this? Yep. It's gonna do something crazy. This is so cool. I like this. Neato attack. Did I even go all the way to the right that I can? I think so. Oh, you think Asgore will like my knives? I don't even have an answer to this. Let me spin it. He likes fast spinning knives. Okay. Ooh, coming for me. Never mind. Going to attack Asgore. Aqua, this is bad. This is a bad omen. Oh, did I just make it faster? Did I do this? Is that too egotistical of me to say? To think that I changed the attack. Get me out of here. Seth, I think Asgore will like a fast spinning book. Can I try the normal one first? Surely not. Just kidding, I wouldn't attack y'all, not ever. I love these characters. I'm going like too far. I think I'm gonna start heading back. I know there's... I don't even know. But I'm gonna do it. Hey, nothing's stopping me. This is hard. I like this song. Pretty nice. It'll do. Like the silhouette. Gotta be some art that can be done to that. Oh, I wasn't thinking. I looked at my phone for a second. Oh, I'm gonna die. Sure, I feel like I should probably just use defend with Chris, because I want TP. Yeah, and then I'll just use y'all. 18? That's alright. Oh, but now I can't even water. Now I just have to dodge. Wow. Oh! It's alright, not aiming for me. This'll do. Ooh! Okay, I get it. 2 attack patterns at a time. I can deal with this. Oh my god. My odds to heal. Are we there? Oh. Yes! Fizzing. Oh, they just immediately leave anyway. Okay. Spend no time waiting. Ooh! But there's also a path at the end of this path. Interesting. So only Aqua and Chris. Weird. Interesting system. Oh, we need to get to these spots on both anyway. So I can just keep going right. It doesn't matter. Well, now it's too late. Now I'm going left. Yeah, I will. Stick to my word. Asgore always shares dirt, soils, and loams with us. Today, we'll return a favor. Garden of finest sand. Perfect debut for a cowboy show. That's good. Is he gonna be at the end of this? Am I gonna have to fight him? Oh, snap. Not ready. Oh, did I already get y'all? No, I didn't. Because I haven't been on the save. Think you're slick! But I'm amazing. God, he cannot get me. That's how good I am. I try. 35% mercy? Yeah, use all of them on one, right? Yes. But now both of y'all are gonna attack me. Oh, I forgot this is y'all's stuff. Like this enemy. I'm not gonna lie, I like this enemy a lot. Reasons I cannot explain. Spare you, and then defend, because I like to wait. I'm by myself. That's a relief. Cause yeah, then we can just do this. I want max TP. I'm just happy to dance with you. Oh, so sweet. Oh, I can get TP from you as well. Whoops. Ooh. Is the other one still here? Can I get you? No. I'm being sent Aurelios. Oh yeah, he's collecting these. I've just been breaking them for fun. Harvesting more of your Whoa, it's been a minute since I've read. It's not true, I just read Aqua. I can do this. Harvesting more of your old personal notes, huh? Yes, finally. The fruits of my research will come to bear. And then, I'll only need one last piece of proof. Them. The creator of the Dark Fountain. I'll find them here. I know it. Once you find them, what will you do? Show them. Give them back all the pain they've inflicted. And then, when I parade their body around town, everyone will finally realize how right I was. That I wasn't crazy. That they weren't conspiracies. That it wasn't my fault. That all I ever wanted to do was help. To prevent another tragedy. Yes, it is the theme. Tori, she'll have to forgive me. And finally. A good theme. Oh yeah. Everything will go back to normal. This is intense. Yeah, man, that's classic gory for you.
Glue.
But if I can leave my opinion,
No.
you don't really need Tori anymore.
Diner.
I mean, she doesn't have two diners. The diner. Oh, yes. Whatever was I thinking inside? Tori certainly never gave me a golden breastplate with her face on it either.
My key.
That's my main man. Let's go. Wonder if Asgore sees through Flowery. I mean, he was intense with that speech. Maybe he really did just like fall back on the Toriel idea because of what Flowery said. I don't know. Hey, Chris. What's with those papers your dad's gathering? Think I know? Maybe I do. Guess I shouldn't ask. His conspiracies! These aren't Japanese letters, these are tyings. Tying together, he's figuring out who the knight is. If you look closely, the wallpaper resembles your father's handwriting, but the letters are all tangled up. Why are they here? Barrel. Break all of them, he can't get them. No. This is bad for him. Sorry, father. So many papers. Oh, that hurts me? Ridiculous. This hurts me as well? Ridiculous. Justice at the end of this. Cowboy gun! Oh my god, it's close. What's up with that? Every time I get close, it's a little pattern on me. Is that just the cards? It is. Hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds. Yes! I actually remembered. Damn it, I can never get those top ones. I'm not unsatisfied. Chris, I didn't realize, you know, I can get this. Oh, wait, or else I can do it. Oh, and she can do that as well. Oh, shit. You're alright? Alright, what were you saying, Susan? What were you talking about? I'm being sent rails upon rails. Your family's kinda rough too. Yeah, what'd you think, pal? Tis, Susie. I'm the only human. What does that make me? I don't think we need this yet. Oh, you already did it. Without my command? Susie, do not proceed. I can't get the notes. Should I have tried harder? Oh well. Ooh, how do I get that? I got that. I can get on top of this. Yes! Amazing. Buzzing. Pink coin. Come on. I know it's not going to give me one, but I want one. I want pink coins. Seriously. Documents. What? Did you just see what they were or something? Should I have waited? Probably not. Dum bum 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 bum. All up in my face. Ooh, what's going on here? Blue keyhole. Yellow keyhole. Not gold. Yellow. What are y'all talking about? You're gonna fish what you're saying, Elsa? Oh my. Crazy gun. Oh. Oh. Didn't realize. I got this. This gun's silly nilly. Damn it. Did it just sweat? Oh. Oh, I wasn't even doing damage before. Yes! Oh. Oh my god. Should I be hitting it? I feel like it's not even worth it now. I'll just wait it out. Then they do their final attack. Oh my god. Oh yes. Bazinga. Oh, it's still alive. You're kidding me. Tough gun now. I like this. Oh my god, I have 1 health. Wait, I'm doomed. Yes! I need a save though. Amazing. Bullet pattern was defeated. Oh yeah. Bullet pattern. Oh! Bullet pattern. This is good. Oh nice. Key. I think it goes to the yellow door. Only one way to find out. Oh. He's tough. Oh my god. Not so fast, y'all. Not so fast, y'all. This yellow key ain't going to no human criminals. The remix. The name's Yellow. Ooh! Saw y'all humans. You crucified blue's special flowers. Oh my god. Nothing that hurts all blue. That's the old crime. And anything that hurts all blue, that's the ultimate crime. I don't even know who blue is. I know Aqua. Yeah, I don't think that's blue. So blue and yellow. Aqua and Seth? Purple? I don't know what their actual name is. Pink? Aqua and pink? Magenta? Ooh. Just kind of listening to this theme. I'm not gonna lie, I quite like it. Quite like all these themes. So listen up. You got one last excuse. Justice has its way with you. What's the green? Green triggers. Interesting. Or is it adjusting? Dude, that wasn't us. Huh? Well, it certainly looked like y'all. Really? No way. It was just flowers that looked like us. Flowers, but y'all don't look a bit like flowers. Neither do you. Well, darn my socks, ain't that so? Sorry for the trouble, y'all. Take along this key. Cool. Did we just lie? Wait a darn second. If you ain't crushing Blue's flowers, mind explaining who did? Why does Frosty have his hands up? Oh, because we're being aimed at. You? Me? I mean, you don't even look like a flower. Wait, you don't even look like a flower, right? Human criminal. Kinda sounds like you. Oh, that's right, ain't it? I was there, wasn't I? At the scene of the crime? Oh, Blue, forgive me. I was the criminal all along. And for that I deserve a criminal's justice. No. Why are we... hey, look, I mean, you didn't know, man. Wait a second, you're right. I was so tricky, so evil, I even trickified myself into thinking I was ever a justice. Oh, it's worse. I gotta be punished eternal style now. Yo, we're in the wrong. Well, key got. Oh. We should check on that guy. Yeah. Yo, what's wrong with us? We just ruined that guy's, like, eternity. Is this just a way to get to the other side? Oh! Right on. Oh, nice. Bow, da, da, down. Bow, down, down, down. Ooh. Oh, I should have saved. Oh, that's so good. Oh, muskets. I can't get in the old yellow room. Maybe I don't even deserve going in here. Hey man, it's all good. You totally deserve it. I do? Here, I got you. The yellow cube got used up. Used up. Why, thanks a million. Y'all are too kind. So this leads to the dark fountain? You're a real kidder, ain't you? Label's up there. The way that punishes you. Bad way. Friendly good way. Anyway, really gotta get my punishment now. Y'all have a great day. Totally okay. What if he finds out we lied? Maybe he's joking. Should I even go in here? I'm like afraid. Ooh. Oh, howdy y'all. Just gonna find a good place to bury myself alive. Have a great one. Ah! Sprite work. Immaculate. Oh! Won't somebody please help me? I would try. But I guess it's not happening. Wait, there's something here. Yellow shred was added to your evidence. Evidence? You looked through the glass, but nothing happened. Really? Allows use of mysterious statues, not to be confused with a certain other feather. Oh, the bluebird feather. Yellow shred, shell of yellow fabric with a corn pattern. Yep. Just love to listen to this. I love it. Let's continue. Smoldering fire pit. Oh, this is terrible. I wish this never happened. My scissors stolen. Stolen scissors. What? Oh my god. You punks! Oh wait, no, I don't have you. I can do you. Act scared. Pose for mercy. This is easy. Hey, 10% on the other. Engaged in a perfect pose. It was highly effective. Get away, you stupid dog! I could call that. You need justice, boy. Or even saying nasty words like that. How do I do you again? Leave or love? Oh, that's easy. Let's do this. Oh yeah. Tired, okay. She was not. Sticky's 11 and so slower. No. Ah, get away, you stupid dog. Why are you tired? Okay. Oh, I was holding shift. What am I doing? That makes me slower. Slower than I already am. Can get y'all, right? Yes. Okay, now I have you recruited. What am I missing? The Beatles. Whoa. Pink coins. Asgore's special hot sand bath. For punishing your enemies, take a load off, Tiger. Green was gonna make a delicious hot snack, but never delivered. Sounds like evidence. Third one was added to your... Hey, not me, not me! I'm not a strong boy. Don't treat me like one of your items. Oh. Ah, blue. Aqua. Here, evidence. I did it. I did it. What are we looking for evidence for? What did it become evidence? Oh. No, I don't know. Because we're like justice? I don't know. Oh, shit. Quick, Chris the hat. Nice. Damn it. Wait, yellow. You must be under there. Or else I start digging. I don't do business like that. Howdy, fellas. Don't just stand there, idiot, and help us. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. What are we all doing? Trying to dig you out of the... Ding, ding. Wait a sec. Hey, man. Thought you were buried alive or something. Oh, no, sirree. I just left my spare hat here. As in a marker, where I'll be buried later. Oh. Nice, y'all dog. Just perfect hole just for little old me. Actually, you don't need this. Huh? What's that? Why is that? Look, we just wanted the key, okay? You're a nice guy. We didn't want you to bury yourself. Oh, my 10 stars. Y'all are just too kind. No burying. I'll take it to my little cowboy heart. Now I gotta go to the next room now. All punishment's worse than burying. Y'all take it easy. This guy's horrifying. No! I really wanted it. There's a path that I didn't go. Is there really nothing? There's nothing. I feel like there's something I should do real quick. I feel like I should just get the Beatles while I can. I'm gonna go back anyway, but I better do it. I better do it. What? These old documents. Chris, did your dad write these? Wait, the text is all messed up. Ross, I think you can figure this out. I suppose I could try. If I can just concentrate where the letters are supposed to be, then... Ugh, I can't get it. It's... Something about the dark world. Huh? Wait, I don't get it. Why would your dad know it's about the dark world if he just got here? No, Susie, it's about something about a dark world a long time ago? Huh? Why would there be... How long has the dark world existed? Oh shoot! Asgore's got some question, or answering, to do. I'd swear that I've been here before, but this place does not look familiar. I guess the notes came back. I'm not gonna do it yet. I'll be back, so I'm not gonna stress about it. Let's continue onward. Oh, I want to get y'all before the... It's too late. Won't somebody please help me? Apology. Oh my god, you again? I don't even need to do this. Easy peasy. No. And then they don't even get us. I'm just gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna do. I just don't know. Yeah, I'll spare you. Then I'll do this. Yeah, okay, that's good. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, is that a bad idea? Might be fine. Okay, because now 75. Oh, 60%. Just in case. Oh, okay, that gives it 60% anyway. Okay, well. At least we did it. It's boot oil. Boot oil was added to my evidence for some reason. I believe it. Need this boot oil. Oh, you guys. Hey, y'all. Kind of a DIY situation here. Just gotta find a way to blow myself up. I deserve it. Oh, Chris, after him. Yo, I love this guy. The purple book. Perp book was added to your evidence. Sorry, I took your perp book. What are you guys doing here? What do you mean, us? We're renovating the punishment rooms, so they have an actual use for Asgore. Why the book are you here? Who let you pass? Dude, Yellow's gonna blow himself up. Ooh, really? Yellow, don't start without me! Sigh. It's a series of papers detailing how to turn guilty self-punishment to amusement park rides. Aww. A deadly train track, or a roller coaster track, depending on the optimism level. The cowboy's in a pinch now. Asgore, look carefully. This exciting show is Yellow's finest hour. There's something this way. Gotta be. Yes! What? Just go up. No! Come on. No! Damn name it. What's up here? Ooh. 5 coins. This is the best thing that ever happened. I wish this always happened. Okay. Oh my god. I like this a lot. Oh my god, yes. It's about time, too. Swear to god, we never see those. Need 10 of them, too? Jesus. Please tell me this means I can get the top one. Yes! Infinite coins. Oh, my chin itches. Yesin, yesin. Yibbity beta. Oh, bouncing is too fun to punish me. Bella, you're hurting bad. You're hurting us bad. Hurting me bad. The other guys are alright. Who is blue? I'm honestly quite excited for this. Wait, unless Aqua is blue, but I don't... No. Blue must be in blue room. My theory, but it's a little bit far-fetched. I understand. I understood if I'm chased out of the fandom for this theory. Chastised. This song sounds pretty intense. Lying down on the tracks? Too comfortable. Buddy, I'm pretty sure we lied to you. I'm pretty sure we're bad people. Or we can barely do this. I don't really need to heal. Blue rose, quiet yet flirtatious. What? I'm a blue rose, apparently. Violent violet. Without special someone. Artemisia. Goes well with tea. Artemisia. Looking this up. Neat. It treats malaria. Good job, Rasa. Doing all that good stuff. Oh! Amazing. Oh, howdy, y'all. Look what helped me do. I helped. I'm tied down into this big old trampoline. I'm gonna use my hidden technique. Oh, hyper punishment gun to blow myself up. Of course, it takes 120 seconds to charge, so I'm hoping nobody breaks it during that time. Why are you attacking my gun? Oh, wait, did that even work? Luke, get out of here. Aqua, I mean. Whoops, those knives are meant for me. What if we just don't break it? Truly curious. This should be easy. 2 more hits. 3. Oh yeah. If I move, you can't hit it. I'm not even using you to hit it. Don't need you, buddy. Not gonna lie. This'll deal some damage. I don't know why I read that like it was dialogue. Oh, come on. Maybe middle was best. Oh, should I be hitting it? I feel like that did something. Yes! That hurt me. I'm a failure. Couldn't even get punished right. Blue roses, this is beautiful. Mr. Yellow, hurting yourself isn't right. Ooh, it isn't? Nah, getting hurt won't make anything better. Oh, y'all are too kind. Once again, I see the errors of my ways. No hurt myself no longer. Ain't no good. What's most important is that I don't hurt no others. Exactly. A menace like me belongs behind bars. Huh? Oh my god. He's having fun on the slide. Well, at least he's safe? Yes. Okay. Oh, watch me get over here. Watch me do it, I swear to God. We can totally get over that wall. Agreed. Are we sure this is possible? Why are y'all talking to me about it? Will be when we do it. What? We almost got over that time. I don't think we did. No, we didn't. Maybe there's another way? I don't know. Yeah, but look how close we got. Okay, this is impossible. You're kidding me. Seemingly so. You guys just don't know the way. Wait. Gotta get a high one. Perfect angle. Well, that just doesn't help none. Oh! Look how close jumps get us. Okay, do they have nothing else to say? I'll stop. Don't make me do it. I really will. I'll stop jumping. Okay. I don't believe you. Come on, killing ride the slide alone. I was hoping that wouldn't work, because you get trapped in jail? That's actually right. I'm glad there's dialogue for this stuff. Ooh. Oh my. Our instructor, dance in love. Watch quietly. Right in my face. Hey! Me? I like to get totally smashed before the show. It's not legal, but as long as law doesn't know. Where's my water? Sorry. It's not legal, but as long as the law doesn't know, he's gonna get you. But if you can convince him, he'll get himself, so... You know. Also, I replaced my sword with a big stick of butter. And I've been licking it. Shh! Show is starting. I'll believe ya. Blue? Maybe this goes to the fountain? Probably not. Oh. Who does audience in this place? What voice do they deserve? Who's there? Oh, surely you know me already. I am love, and so mere symbols cannot contain me, to which you seek to put a face. Oh, you may find no more than a butterfly. Oh, though sometimes I prefer the face. You must be blue, huh? Yes, in this place, so am I known. Blue, a flower, with shadow cast into the shape of man. Ooh. Birthed from dark, baptized with name and ego. And until the sun rises, I too shall dance my part. What? You yelled us? Aren't you supposed to be stopping us? Blue! Blue! Flowery may have directed me so, but in the margins of my role, I plead comedy, not tragedy. As Mr. Butterfly says, flowers be not weapons of war. We are mere messengers, messengers of love. And each of you. Are you not here because of love? What? Susie, whose every breath holds Noelle's name. Hey. Rosse, whose every step is followed in love. This is true. Huh? And Chris. What's the point of all this? Oh my god. What did you hear what they wanted to say, Rosse? To help you reach your love. This is my dream. Chris, you and Flowery both care for your father fair. That means I must be allied to you both. Well, you seem like a nice guy, I guess. You're one of the nicer flowers, that's for certain. Oh, thank you. Mr. Butterfly is blushing. Now, I shall hold you no longer. Here's my blessing. With the key keeper Yellow's blessing, I would like to bequeath upon you my blue key. Past the blue door lies a way to your love. Cool. We'll just Yellow dear, come on out now. It's time to give our guest a special reward. Ooh. Where's Yellow? Oh my god. We don't know. Blue bouncing butterflies. Yellow dear, our guests are waiting. Should probably make sure he doesn't. Yeah. Yo, there's a lot of door frames. I'm wondering what this menu is gonna look like. Honestly excited. Hushed voices wither with excitement. Probably a good performance. I didn't take any of that in, but I think you're in trouble. Performance. Wonderful. I forgot if you talked to me, but I think you're in trouble. Huh. Blue is love. Love is multitudes. Okay. Can we go to jail? Ooh. That's strange. I can't find Yellow anywhere. Only pieces of a giant gun. And signs of a struggle. Weird. Maybe someone was trying to help him? What do we feel on that? Vibe, Chris? Vibe, Chris? I don't know how to read that. I think I'd like to look a bit more. Yes! Go over the wall. See? Knew we could get over this wall. Okay. Well, I can't mind seeing her so happy. Yellow's corn-scented rope left on the tracks. Ooh. Don't look at me, man. Can I attack you? Nope. Of course not. I would never do so anyway. Just kidding. Yes, I would. Yes! Hat expansion. This can't be good. It can't? It's a papers. Training plans was added to your evidence. A blueprint which details how to alter tracks in a smashing machine with 2 roller coasters. Ooh. There's foreshadowing. Oh! Hello. Hello, my dear. Where are you? This Scarlet. Is he? Look, we don't know anything about this one. This one. Or other ones? Listen, you three. Integrity is a virtue. Now, is there anything you would like to tell, Mr. Butterfly? Yes? If you don't, Mr. Butterfly is going to be very angry. Look, there was a misunderstanding, and Yellow's in jail and tried to blow himself up. Ah! All of you, stay here. I hope too. Oh my god. No, I mean, why didn't we just tell the truth? What happened here? It's some kind of red splatter. Red splatter was added to your evidence. A mysterious puddle of red criminal liquid. What even? Okay. Well, I guess we're out of here. Ah! Oh shit. Why are we going here? What does that door mean again? I truthfully don't remember. The sun is blue. Ooh. Yellow, oh dear, did you get tricked again? Blue. Blue, don't waste your words on me. I'm a criminal. What did you do? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, get out of there, you poor thing. Huh. There, Yellow. Oh. This is amazing. Oh. Ah, Blue, what are you doing? You're helping a criminal. They're gonna arrest you too. Who put you in here? Me. Would you arrest me, Yellow? Never. So, who made you feel this way? Damn! Ah, you three. Sorry about the mix-em up earlier. Hey, no problem. It's all good. We're gonna go now. You three fooled Yellow, didn't you? What? I was fooled. Oh, Justice don't got no patience for foolish. Quite so. Because blue means patience and yellow means justice. Blue got no patience for something. I forgot what he said. Quite so. I'm afraid we'll have to punish you, dears. Yes! This music. That's it, criminals. No more mercies. Every crime's in our castle. I know they was all you. Now eat justice. Oh, you three. If you'd like to survive your punishment, find the true culprit of 4 unsolved cases. Yellow's Justice Act will begin each trial. And if you lack evidence, please act on me. Oh shoot. Begin the trial? We can't yet. Yo, the music. I was destined to be part of this project. So good. Revive all, lose TP. Oh my. Kinda wanna check him. I think I can get the TP anyway. That's fine. Attack defense. Cowboy with his own peculiar brand of justice. Attack defense. A dancer who believes love to be integral to life. We only seek to find the truth. Finally put it behind bars. Ooh. Fascinating. Fascinating. Ugh. What am I doing? Okay. Can I do it yet? Yes. Begin the trial. You began the trial. State your case, victim. I was crushed flat without permission. Let's go there. Cool and illegal. What criminals would do such a crime? Find him. Ain't nothing under my boot. Oh man. Well, I'm still speaking in the accent. Yo, I have zero idea. Me? I was just reading a book. Yeah, I did it. Oh my god. Oh. Or else it could have been you. Perhaps it was to preserve it? Case flirting with crushed fat. I think it was us. Was it not? Oh my god, bro. This is what I get for not playing in the same day. I think it was you. It was not you. I love you. Ain't nothing under my boot. I believe you. It wasn't you. Ah, shit, you're sweaty. I don't think you did it. I just don't think you did. Oh my god. Why don't I remember? It was you. Oh! We need evidence. Which could have been used to cut up cloth. Unsqueaking cowboy boots. Edges black and smells. The corn pattern. Mysterious puddle of red criminal liquid. Z choose X reconsider. Okay. Purple book with a decidedly floral scent. It's this one. Blueprint which details how to alter. Perp book. Yeah. What's your proof? Seth, may we seek the inside of your book? Aren't there some flower petals pressed inside there? Yeah. I admit it. I wanted to try pressing flowers. I heard it was scientific. Oh. Great work. Great work, Blue. I did that. Well, I guess Blue questioned them. Whatever. Oh shit, my phone. It'll be okay. Put it back up. Sorry, I'm looking at notifications. On the job. Well, you folks proved one crime, not yours. But what about the rest? I'll do all of them. They did want to be smashed. Playing Smash, I never write. Ooh. Song's so good. Do the blue and orange thing where it's like blue stop, orange go through. That would be awesome. Quite like this whole trial thing though. Be in the trial. I'll be victim this time. My favorite is yellow shirt. Done was vandalized. Half of it's all black and smelly. What kind of sick criminal messes with a man's shirt? Find him. Case 2. Yellow's favorite shirt vandalized and turned jet black. Hee hee, burn, burn! I was reading a book by lamplight. Who's the liar? Was it on purpose? His favorite shirt vandalized and turned jet black. Okay. We have the shirt. A shred of yellow fabric with a corn pattern. The edge is black and smells. This was just kind of around. What's also this? Can easily be used to cut up cloth. A shred though. It was shredded, not torn. I mean, vandalized and turned jet black. If I say it's you, is it like free? You're just gonna like say it was you, unless you don't. Who's the liar? I just don't know. Burn, burn, burn. It wasn't you. I'm not buying it. Move your eyes around. Who's the liar? Do you change sprites? No. I say you. I say it was you. The evidence? The shirt. Can anyone show me how to commit the crime? It's not her. Could she be arrested though? Not this crime. Perhaps not. But as if the evidence was correct. Ooh, justice is blind. That was a pretty good shot. That's so good. I love that line. Yo, all of his lines are good. Justice is blind. But he's a pretty good shot. Gotta wait. Yeah. Oh no, I only know 20 TP. I'm gonna wait. We only seek to find the truth and finally put it behind bars. Damn it. I was reading a book by lamplight. What if we accused you? Was it you? What if I get every wrong answer? I really want to see what the dialogue is. We'll say you again. Why are you blaming me instead of fighting them? Blame Seth, blame Seth. Maybe not Seth, perhaps not. The yellow cloth could have been burnt. It does smell mighty yummy. Bro, in this part's I want to see the FL project for this, like the things that were combined to make that. Like, it's good. God. Burn, burn. It was you. Oh. Caught. What? Green, you wanted to make popcorn, so you're green, I see. You wanted to make popcorn, so you mistook the corn pattern shirt for actual corn. Ooh, did it work? Yeah, did it? No, you idiots, yellow, your shirt was burnt to a crisp. Oh, green. I know you didn't mean no harm. But justice is justice. Any regrets, yellow? Well, you didn't want to taste that shirt. Ooh. Green, state your case. Green's handkerchief was stolen. Please give it back. A stealer, huh? Better find him. I have no handkerchief. Cut up cloth. It was me. I killed the handkerchiefs with blood. What? Is there anyone besides Aqua? Very dangerous. Is there another reason for it? Calm down, Yellow. They mean no harm. Ooh, darn you, Blue. Never be a criminal. Never. You mean Aqua? You mean me? But as if you weren't close at all. Ah, not even scissors. Innocent till proven guilty. Got it? I'm putting you innocent. I didn't really get to read that one. Oh, Ross's down? Dang it. Does he need to be alive? Sure he does. That's actually bad. 140. Let's get rid of these foods. Okay. Ooh. Susie gathers red herrings. TP up. But he's a pretty good shot. It was me, I killed the handkerchief. With blood, I guess, but I want to answer you. Is there anyone besides Aqua? I just want to get the wrong one. Blame Seth. Why are you blaming me instead of fighting them? Maybe not Seth. Okay. If she was using red food coloring, by the way, dang it. There's so much dialogue. I want to see it all. What about you? Maybe he did it by accident. What? Maybe I'm a criminal. Right there, Yellow. You didn't do it. Blame Yellow. Blame Seth. Maybe he did it by accident. She used red food coloring. By the way, did I miss a blood scene? Oops. What? Oh, I messed up. Obviously. Oh my god, Susie's down. If I'll lose DP, nope. Get more evidence? Nope. We can come back for tree cake whenever we want, I believe. But I will be... That's a lot. Just heal Susie. Yes. We only seek to find the truth and finally put it behind bars. This one's kind of hard. Dang it. I always do that. Susie's already going down. It was me, I killed the handkerchief. I know you did. Yes, it was me, I killed the handkerchiefs. You did it, Aqua. You are wearing them right now. Oh. Yes, I wanted to make red ribbons. One color is boring. I also wanted to make a violent crime scene with food coloring. Good job, Aqua. I'll punish you now. Good job, Aqua. I'll punish you now. So that whole red butter was food coloring. Huh. Didn't know. Food. Holes was food. Gotta read that line on the phone. Ooh. Know it? Yes! Need more evidence. Oh. Didn't get everything. I see, you didn't gather enough evidence. Let these light your way. Evidence. Nice. Where's Joe's court sketches? TP up. We only seek to find that. Yep. Oh, they should have defended. That way they wouldn't get hurt. Oh, man. Bad idea. It's okay. Let's do this. What? I'm the victim again. My secret petals was stolen. What would that be? I never told nobody about those. Those was for someone special. I'll never forgive who did this. Never! I couldn't find them. Too bad. Gee, I wonder who it is. I couldn't find them too. Too bad. It's true. Gee, I wonder who it is. Admit it, you three. You took them. I know it. Oh. Yellow's secret super special petals have gone missing. That wasn't me, was it? That was Blue. String which could have been used to bounce something in care. It's you. Blue? You'd accuse Blue of taking something so special. Why, I oughta. Yellow. What, Blue? What, Blue? I did it. Blue! Ah! He done blew up. Blue. Blue. You done did take my special petals? Alas, that you would find out this way. Then I got no choice. Blue's a criminal stealer than I. Oh, then I. Yellow dear, you're holding the gun the wrong way. No, I ain't. I don't want to be justice if I gotta punish Blue. Oh my. Oh, Yellow dearest, slip not into such fragrant melancholy, and count the petals of your mind's eye. Why would I endeavor to make such folly? I don't know. Can I get a hint? Oh, let this bouquet's fragrance speak for itself. What the? Who the? You made a special surprise gift out of our petals? Blue, it's wonderful. It's beautiful. I've been a criminal to ever doubt you. Understanding is bitter, but realization is sweet. You know, you three's a right and kind sort. Let's forget all this fighting nonsense. I gotta find a new vase for my noggin. Oh, a man of law whose judgment wavers like chaos from those contradictions of passion. Isn't that beautiful? By the way, you three. Yeah? No more tricking yellow. Got it? Oh, yeah, definitely. Wonderful. And go forth with love in your steps. Yes. Well, all's well that ends all right. So, what happened? What is it that we've done? What have we progressed? Oh, there's this way, right? I'm gonna go this way first. I'm assuming it's gonna get me a pink. Oh, you guys. Oh, this is cool. I like this. Ah! Nice. Ooh, like that. Ah! What? Oh my god, we're gonna die. One more attempt. Oh, I could have waited. Yes! How many is that? Can't see yet. Oh man, we need to save. Okay. We can go that way, but I kind of want to go this way first, I'm not gonna lie. Why do I feel like there's just gonna be something secret if I go this way? Got me nothing good at all. Bad things never get you anything good ever. No. Okay, I just did it for the doing of it. That was nice. I like that character. Yellow's good. Flowery's alright. Like as an actual character, like my actual opinion on them, he's alright. We haven't I feel like we haven't even kind of meet him yet. Oh, my color changed. Does my name change too? Scary sight. Worse punishments than burying. I wonder if the things were going to be random, like the cases that we had to solve. Oh, I can just go up now. Nice. I get coins still. In the right places anyway. We have 5 pink coins. Is this new? No. This is where I wanted to go back to. You got something to say about your case? Okay, yeah. I don't think there's gonna be anything different about coming here. Just because that didn't change. Yeah, just a lonesome door, which I still can't use, so let's go all the way back. I'm sorry. I understand my mistake. Can I check my recruits here? Chino Beetle, that's what I need. Damn it. Gotta go all the way back. Like, all the way back. Unless I can go through here. Of course not. Oh, but I can go through this way. Much faster. Nice. Ah, excuse me. What was over that way again? So I'm gonna check it one more time. I just gotta do it. Okay, what's the pink thing? I'm gonna check, and if I don't get it first try, I'll leave. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm not wasting my time. It's time to play the game and beat it tonight. Oh yeah. Kind of forgot that was the goal. I really want these pink coins. That noise is scary. Continue. Continue along this way anyway. This is like a sauna. Susie, by the way, would you like any advice? About which flowers might best represent your love? Huh? Yeah, sure. Okay. Are we gonna imagine it? Chris, what if we... No, I mean, I was actually thinking, what if we kept our eyes open? And just let Susie have some time to herself. Hang out with her else I normally walk over and see Susie. Oh, shoot! I'm gonna hang out with her else I normally. But I would like to see what Susie's doing. I'm assuming this is actually not going to be the same choice, just as it wasn't in Chapter 3. Why do you want to do it differently now? Like before, you wanted to be secretive and like go off on your own whenever the screen went to Susie. But now you want me to be here. Why? What's up, Rosse? Right, normally. I feel like there might be something over to the right. Oh.
Hey there, little guy.
Hey, Riley. How's it hanging? Get down from there.
No.
Nah. How can you still be messing around? You know we're gonna sue your dark fountain, right? Oh? Are we so bad for having a dark fountain? Obviously. That's why you need to let us... Really? So that would mean the one who made this dark fountain is a bad person too? Oh. What? Cattail got your tongue? I don't need to talk about this with you. Especially in that pose. Whatever floats your flower. But I would wonder if there's someone else you should talk to about it. Oh. Let's go, Chris. Oh. Also, let's have a bath together. Chris. There's a hot spring right here. Did you want to try it? Yes! It's happening! Let's relax. Oh, my glasses are fogging up. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry, there was some water in my eyes. Oh? Was there anything you wanted to talk about? And Susie's swim? I want to talk about the dark fountain. Right, how do I say this? I don't think there should be more dark fountains, Chris. No, making them... It's bad. It's very bad. The more darkness gets released, the closer the roaring becomes. And if it happens, I believe it will mean the end of the story. But, Chris, yesterday, when you played that giant piano, your performance, it had something beyond the notes. After you left for the festival today, I tried to play that song too, on the piano in Castletown, but I couldn't do it like you. Even if we press the same keys, your fingers just know something that mine don't. You You must be really special, Chris. There's a reason why you're the hero. That's why I'm putting all my faith in you. That no matter what path we take to get there, that even if you do something I disagree with, all it means is that I don't understand it yet. Right? At the end of the story, we have to avoid it. We have to. But at the same time, I do believe if a happy ending does somehow exist, it's with you, Chris. Yo. Drink all the water in the pool. My happy ending is with you, I'll say. Chris, Cannonball! Hey, we're about to see. Can Susie swim? Yes. How many points was that? Touch your nose. That's the correct option. Hey, let's get out. Pretty sure stupid spreads through the water. Sure. Rossi's glass is all wet. Alright. What was this way? Oh, wait. I just kind of came from this way. I just kind of went this way, didn't you? Maybe there will be something if we find it. If only I knew where y'all did it, Susie. What happened, Susie? You have to speak up. I'm not going that far. I'm assuming there might be something somewhere, though. Probably not down where the pink coin was, though. I don't know. Try to climb the stairs. It's not stairs. But why would... Chris thought it was stairs. The drain is nice and clean. Cool. In what case would it have not been? Dude, weird route. For that part? Ooh. Man, Blue is really awesome. Think you'd want to come over to our castle town? Oh, sorry, Susie. I forgot to tell you, they 7 flowers. They're very delicate. And if they don't get taken care of... okay. This is probably going to be their only dark world. Well, I guess that's just how it goes, I guess. I'm sorry, I should have. Hey, it's cool. You told me. We'll just enjoy hanging out while we're here, alright? Right. Thank you, Susie. Ooh, progress, friendship. This is beautiful. Yes! About damn time. Oh, I don't want to do this yet. Well, maybe I should. Hell no! I want to do this other thing first. Wait, no. Yeah, I can't get past, right? That's the whole thing. I understand. Put it back. I get how this works. Hey, what the hell are you doing? You can now take a break with yellow. You can also take a break with blue. Yes! Oh shit, Shino Beetle. That's what I want to do. This song is interesting. Beginning, I mean. I'm getting you. Checking my phone. I apologize. Wait. Susie encourages. Wait. That's cool. Susie encourages beetles to fight. Rossi pretends to be a root veg. Sounds of reeds. Helter and Skelter. Love me. I didn't get to see that other one. That's okay. Easy enough. Dun 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 dun. Oh, am I alone? Can I quit being a ninja now? I'll spare you. Spare you the trouble. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Should everyone know? I would have sworn this would have like seems you can purchase items off the menu. Including you. I thought this would have like told me if I had all the recruits, which I know I can check it every save, but chapter 4 had something like that. Shinobi doll. Oh hey, yeah, we have everyone now. Boss, I'm trapped at the table with this tremulous dog. Fine, I guess I'll use my special attack. Fallen in love. Rain. Need bloom, not project friend. My friend name is Kepa Water. Masters, thank you for allowing me to abandon the way of the ninja. My true passion is making small and hidden traits. Trains, not traits. Yo, everyone! Blue and Susie, yellow and Ralse. Ooh. Aqua and blue. Aqua and blue. Aqua and yellow. See this. Have this break again. Is it gonna be the same one? Oh my god, the song's good. I need to find this song like stat. Apologies. What is this song? What is this song? Can I, how far can I go? Violet Tactics? Flower King. This one. Yes! Great. Blue, 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 blue. We are the knife friends and blue. Chris, change your shape, change your shape. Doctor outfit this time. Again, again, change again. Yellow outfit. Oh, wait. Why can you change shape? Do not do magic. Chris, do magic, do magic. I didn't do this one last time. Oh. Ooh. Don't do that anymore. Don't do that anymore. Okay, now let's do aqua and yellow. This cost flowery dollars for some reason. Yellow, yellow. Is knives a justice? No aqua. It ain't ever justice to play with knives. Here, real justice is playing with guns. Oh, thanks, Yellow. I'll go show Seth. Glad I can help you be a little bit more proper. I wonder why this is here. Like, for realsies. Flower tea time. Aqua and blue. Blue, blue, what is love? Ah, my sweet dear. Love is how the world revolves. A revolution, written in feathered pen, clashed by feathered sword. Love is the butterflies in your heart that sing to your feet and dance, oh dance! Oh, I get it. I think I love throwing things at people. Ah, how beautiful. It's not beautiful! Seth. Why aren't we friends with Seth yet? Where is Seth? Yelvin Ralse. Sure. I'd love to see this. Do you have any smoked herbs, like oregano? Smoking herbs? That's illegal, son. Huh? I didn't mean... It's cannibalism. Herbs are our friends. Except parsley. Parsley! Cut, stab, cut, nab, stab, look! Justice does turn a blind eye to parsley. Let's take a look at parsley. Oh. Oh, parsley. Good. Blue and Susie. Blue and Susie. Yes, sure. Since you like blue so much. Susie, does love ail you? Sweet Violet? With each step, your foot leaves imprints of hooves. I mean, I don't really know what love is. It's even hard just to say it. I mean, every time we have a break, all I can think about is her heartbeat. Ooh. Damn. It's embarrassing to say that. But, I don't know. Is that... I mean, can I even... Susie, if even a flower can love, so can you. The shape of love may change, may be different for each being, But as long as that shape contains you, all you can do is step forward and let it guide you. Thanks. I want to try. I like that. No more? Okay. Time to go this way. Again. I'm gonna have to box this guy up. Why is Susie hurt? When did this happen? Oh yeah, I didn't go this way last time. Probably a pink coin, hopefully, maybe. Wait, no. I didn't go the other way. Wait, am I wrong? I think I'm wrong. Let's check. Just to make sure I'm right. Nope. I am right. Yellow? Oh, no, it's you. Oh, it is yellow. Ah! Apologies, man. You open the treasure chest. 1 pink coin! Hell yes. Cool. What does this lead? Pink coin. How? What? Wait. I have an idea. My idea didn't work. Can I come in? No. Just making sure. Want to see if there's a statue nearby to help me do it. I guess we'll be back. I wonder what it is I need to do. I'm stumped. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing in particular there. Only one way to go. I wonder what's gonna be this way then. Asgore. This strange world. The Dark Fountain. All of this. I have to prove it's true. Here, if I can just compare it to my old notes. I can't read them. The words are mixed up. Damn it!
Hey, boys.
Hey, Fruit Juice. You've been working up too much to play. Knock those socks off after a hard day. Enjoy some of your ideal world in Diner 2. Flowery! Can't you see I'm busy here? If I can just prove this, I'll finally... Dickhead. Whoa! Mysterious wind. What the?
No way, it's your children.
Hey, forget about your family's trouble.
Smile again.
Friendship's just a smile away. Asgore, sir, we're sorry to interrupt you. Hey, don't be sorry. Show your gory story. Right. Asgore, sir. I'm gonna try doing this voice. Asgore, sir. I have a book I want to read you. Oh, and I have a tooth I want to smile you.
My king.
Look, my king. When you're with us, you're with the boys. Even when some of them's girls. Huh. I suppose you're right. Come along, little ones. Flowery, just have those documents for me later.
The diner.
Hey, so says the world to me, champ. So says the world to me, champ. Okay. Yes. It's another document written by Asgore from a day ago. This time it says something about black shards. Huh? It's a black shard. I think it's a piece of the knight's sword. Huh? It was left at the original scene and matched with the computer lab. So wait, that Dark World from a long time ago and Cyberworld, they were both made by the Knight? How long has the Knight been making fountains? Making people disappear? I don't know. This doesn't make sense. The Knight thought they only showed up alongside the heroes, right? Chris, did something happen all that time ago? And that's what made your dad end up like that? I have the answers, but I will not tell you. Oh, are we moving now? Why didn't I know about this? Wouldn't it be important? If you look closely, the wallpaper resembles your father's handwriting. Interesting that Ralph didn't know about whatever that's happening exactly. Orange.
Hey guys, I think I found a glue.
It's signery. Seems to have a hint of the puzzle. No. The trunk and the stem of the sign. This is the part of the sign. I'm not reading the sign. I got this puzzle. Ease in the bag. I understand. Easy. Okay. I get it. I get it. I do. I really do. Wait, what if I... Can I go back here? Okay. Well, yeah, set this here. I want to try something. Oh, I can't leave this area. Okay. How do I switch? Switch. Switch it up. That should do, right? Maybe. No. We can jump higher than that. I underestimated myself. Did I move this one up on accident? Okay. Nice. Stuff over there. I'm getting it. Gotta do it. Can this be possible? If I'm being honest, damn it, I'm trying to get off. There we go. Oh. Wait. Genius. My genius, watch it shine. Dang it. There's a pink coin up there, so I did have to do it, but I did it wrong. So what do I need to do to get up higher? There's another sign. Okay, if this is just a little bit more up. Yes, it can be. It can be. Can we go this high? I think that one's... Okay, no, it's at the right. Yes!
I'm falling.
I'm falling!
Glue.
A sign of Flowery's face. Perfect for Riley's room. Kinda got a point. My room already has enough, thank you. Huh? Okay
I'm
then.
falling.
As soon as you get the sign for your room. I'm falling!
found a glue.
Chris, why don't you just ask me for help first? Thanks, Chris. That board means platform when we can jump on parts of the platform should become solid behind paper. Yeah, by the way, we can use this side. I am counted.
Hey guys, I think I found a glue.
The sign says, come on, Chris. The true clue is friendship. Ask her, I'll say. Or his grass will be green with envy. You two done reading the sign yet? Nah, we rule at not reading things we're looking at. Okay, I'll stop singing. Okay. Hey! New character? Actually, I don't know what voice to give them. Rossi, did you hear something just now? Maybe it came from over there. What? Hey! I'm yapping here. Okay, I'll give them that voice. Alternative theme number 3. Maybe 4 if we're counting the battle music. I'm Orange, this world's strongest and bestest human. Okay, your voice is gonna be like... A human child gonna have to protect Asgard from his tears. A human that will... Sorry, I feel my chair changing. A human that will always be by his side. Not like you 3 shrimps. All 3 of you pathetic excuses for humans. You look more like... a wrinkled blueberry, a wrinkled grapeberry. And the 3rd guy needs to wear a hat. And sounded like someone was talking behind a paper wall. But maybe it was nothing? Nothing? I need water to keep talking as this character. What do you mean nothing? You hatless chibi boy. If your brain's not big enough for words, listen to my fist! Oh shoot, man. Wait, it's an attack. Oh yeah. No damage. Defeated orange bullets pattern. Is it supposed to be that easy? It wasn't easy! You just did it wrong. Oh! Okay, cool. Is there even anything over here? No, but I kind of want to do it anyway. Wait. Secrets abroad? Okay, I can't even go that far. Guys, my gloves aren't easy. Suit yourself, buddy. Well, you're not supposed to deflect them. Yeah, but it's cool. Yeah, I just got attacked by it. Isn't that good? Good for you. Cool that I can still use Susie on them. Yes! That was an accident. See, it's actually hard, right? No, that was a pity hit. Oh my god, I want to hit this. What? That one? Yeah, damn it. There we go. Oh yeah. Huh. You tell me my bullets are good. I think I want to go in this place first. Oh shit. God damn it. Pink coin, please. Yes. What? Nope. Not quite. Yes! So lame. Everyone on the lame train. So wait till we hit this bump. This rules. It doesn't. I I choose you, Susie. Guys, what are you talking about? Thanks, man. I've never been choose before. What's choosing? Chris, you're also chosen. Florian, what's up with them? I don't know. Probably about flowers. Shall I choose you? Or should Susie be your first chew? Damn, you think I'd be Chris's first chew? You guys are weird! Chris is probably choosing all over school. I'm leaving. Alright, of course. Was somebody saying something? Why can't y'all hear them? Huh? I didn't hear anything. Sit on this for as long as I need to for secret dialogue. I will. Okay. Thought I could hit him. Well, can't say I didn't try. It looks so at peace here. Sorry, I got a notification. I have to get ready to look at it. It's nothing. Oh. At least they didn't wake up and mock me. I could go that way, but I feel like there's probably different things at the top instead. Ooh. Oop, almost. No! Do it again. Nice. Yes! No. Ooh, okay. Yes! Stop deflecting! You're gonna tell... I'm gonna tell Flower you're deflecting! I hope your face matches this voice. You know, I'd be stronger if I wasn't hungry. It's conspicuously off the table. You should have to put it back on the table and... Huh. Of course, Mr. Asgore. I know you're very busy. I'll pick a more interesting story next time, too. He only wanted to listen to a few pages. Well, he has to concentrate on his research, right? I can relate. That's not your voice. I messed it up. What the fuck are you guys doing here? Adventure things? Didn't Orange stop you? Who's Orange? Orange, are you hiding behind the walls again? Now! You are! Yeah, cause you're gonna make fun of me. That's it. Orange might have been nothing, but it's another flower. With unbelievable powers. Not green. Try and survive this. Green? That's the one I said it wasn't. Oh, from the trial, your name was... Green. Green! Well, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, cool to finally meet up for real. Mm-hmm. Hey, you're with Flowery, right? Mm-hmm. Then wait, aren't you gonna... Oh. Oh. Cook us some amazing? No way! Hey, this cheese rolls! Yum! I've never tasted anything so delicious. You're the best Boston cutter ever, Green. Yeah, you're our best enemy, Green. Green, you're chill. That was... Thank you so much, that was lovely. Yeah, thanks. Bye, Green. Oh, let's go. Why do I have to do everything myself? Ooh. Did you really have to make them a shortcut back to the cafe? That That was sweet. Seth, why don't you just like give in to us? This is a shortcut. Yes, you can now take a break with green. What's up, green? Aqua and green. Green. Yellow and green and green and aqua and green. Aqua and green, I'm very interested in this one. Green. Seth told me to be more like you. Can you show me how to use the origin of fire? Huh? Dude, what is this? I get to use my teeth on this? This is amazing. How cute am I to show the others? Ooh. Let's get a green one-on-one, or one-on-none. I love that. Love you, green. Dude, green might be breaking like love charts for neighbor. Ugh! I almost just broke my headphones. Yellow and green. Blue and green. Yellow and green. Let's peep it. Don't worry, green. Even if you ain't talk words. Mere foods, I can tell you're trying to communicate. For examples, there's a message behind this alphabetic cereal. He says, ooh, pretty sure I've seen that one before. You idiot, that's not the alphabet. Look at the gap between the O's. It's a type of Morse code. Morsel code. Morsel code. That's good. Ooh, this stuff shows the ocean talking to me in it. Blue and green. Blue and green. Green. The words leave not your mouth. Your toothsome treats. Man, I'm having trouble like reading. I got distracted for a second, and now I'm like off the rail. Your toothsome treats speaks volumes for their love. Ah, that's right. I can taste the murmurs of your heart. It says, cheese. Show me $2. It still only says cheese. My, we're talkative today, Yellow. Should you take over? What the? Why is this doll in the shape of a cheese? This'll go in the oughta go in the bank. Oh, that'll do. Green, where's yellow? I don't know. There's $2 in here. That's a good one. Save. I don't think there'll be anything bad. Yeah, no. We're not even close to the final chamber. We haven't even gotten to the end of this one. Aqua! Kiki says so not to let you pass under any circumstance, unless you find at least 3 foxes. Seth said this. I see 1, 2... No, 3. Whoa! Later. This first. Pause. Cute. Side was 10 flowery dollars. Oh yeah. Oh my. I want to go over. Yes. It's nice and satisfying. Ugh. Do I have to find 10 foxes within here? Oh my god. Ooh, I was gonna... Oh! Did I not get you? I could have gotten you and I didn't. I can get you. I currently have a booger chasing me though. Oh my god. Watering plants. I feel like it's just faster if I... No, it's not. Okay. Hurry. Dang it. Didn't get any of them. Oh wait, I'm close, but I'm not gonna get it, am I? Damn it! I think I got that last one though. Water slower. defend. Let's get some TP. I'm not even watering that slower. Oh yeah, I can't even spare. This guy just like gets rid of himself. Bump, dump, bump. Is there no more? Oh, nice. Oh, I just gotta rally them out. Aqua! Dang it. Just a bunch of rocks. This is embarrassing for both of us, you know. Now hurry up and put me down. Or at least cure me in more reverent fashion. Yes! Oh shit. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, it worked. Nice. Wait, can I? Oh! Apologies. Me! My puzzle? Did you figure me out? Seth, look, they solved me. I melted. Talk like Jevil. Peace. Rock. What else do we have? Rock. Rock. Dog. Out of here. Wait. God, check. Nope, thought it was a door. I need them pink coins, man. 8 pink coins. Okay, that's not bad. Probably missed like one, at least. Oh. Ah. Okay. I'll take it. Can I not move y'all? Nope. Can't move y'all at all. What about them pink coins? Don't want to miss none. Yeah, I'm getting rid of all of y'all. I think I'm gonna make this a pointless mission. There's no viewers at the moment, right? Nope. So I'm gonna do it. This is happening. I can listen to this music. I can talk. Why don't I just talk while I do this? I wonder if there's anything that's gonna happen. Oh, it's getting these people in the middle is gonna suck. I can't even get the ones at the top, too. This is an issue. God, they make such big booms at the bottom. It's kind of frightening. Couldn't tell you why, though. Is that... I got 4. Okay. Chris, just a hunch, but I don't think pushing statue off the ledges in this room will do anything else. Sorry, bud. But it's happening. I'm glad you acknowledged it, though. That makes me feel acknowledged. Please give me at least a line of dialogue. Chris looks like they're having fun, so... Yep! This is maximum fun. Most fun thing to do in Deltarune has been revealed as a fox. Let's move 2 at a time. Oh yeah, this is a workload. Move them together. Oh yeah, this is speedy. Oh, yeah. Pretty close to the edge on these ones. How many more do we have? All of these guys can do that. This guy's kind of... he's in the center, but I don't want to push him in the center just in case I can't get him out. So we're just gonna push him down anyway, as to not leave any chances. I don't think this is gonna give me a pink coin, which is okay, but at least a line of dialogue would do. That's all I need. Close. How many more? Make sure I didn't miss any. 4? Okay. I can do that. I got this! I got this! I really do. Just nudge by nudge. If I don't get a line of dialogue for this, at least I'll get a line of dialogue probably for having 4 instead of 3. Right. Maybe Aqua's gonna be like, I said you had to have 3, not 4. That means you can't get past. That means I'll take this fox for you so you can get past. Great job, Chris. You did it. Did you have fun? I was serious. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I've never seen that Susie sprite. Save. Yeah. Nice. Okay, let's get out of here. If I come back and the statues are back... if I do it again, I'm not doing it again. Kiki. You found the foxes. You found the foxes. Oh. But you missed one. Tough. Faker. I like Faker. Ooh, what are we playing? What are we playing? Ooh, copy game, copy game. Don't touch the originals. Ooh. This is cool. I like this. Yeah, damn it. 4%? Oh my god, I need health. Have you guys seen... Have you seen what? What? Nice. Okay. I'll take it. God damn it. I do need 5? Shit. Maybe the 5th one's over here. Got it. Got it. Got it. I don't know what voice you have. You're difficult, Seth. I'll go this way. I don't think there's a problem with me going too far. I can go back and see if I left more foxes. Gotta make sure my phone is at a fun percent. Silhouette of a truth drawn on the paper. Wait, what? The silhouette of truth drawn on the paper. Careful not to let it bring you harm, old buddy. Old buddy as an Asgore. Asgore's doing stuff related to this. Didn't really think about it. Let me go up here. Pink one, pink one. Weird. This seems optional? That's what they want you to think, Rouse. Don't let them trick you. Thank you for letting me know, though. Ooh. Oh, cool. Pink coin, pink coin. Okay. So, let's see if I can get this first try. Let's really try and see. Wait, no. Okay, because I'm gonna jump... Yeah, I'm gonna jump here. This one should be high, like this high. It can be farther too, right? It can be like here. No. Yes. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Can it be that high though? We'll see. I'm going with this. Got me stressing over this puzzle. No! Oh, wait. Splat. Does that mean I could have... No, I can't go higher. Can I? Oh, whoops. Let's track. I cannot. So that means I'll go here. This needs to be lower. No. It needs to be here. Shit. Would this be like this? I actually have zero idea. Yes. I think we got it. In the bag. No, I didn't. Shit. Frankly, I actually don't understand. I'm just gonna put this one lower. I'm gonna put it here, actually. No, brother. Didn't mean to do that. I guess we'll do this for now and then try and get a better idea of what's going on here. Let's see, so now I can jump up here. I'll say. Point in that. Pink coin up there, pink coin, pink coin. Okay, the goal is to get like super duper high. Highest that we can, I guess. Fascinating. 2-hour stream? That's good time. We have time. Just check the time myself. Actually, I don't have that much time, but we have time. So we need to be like this high. Wait. Isn't this fine? Like as it is? As long as... Damn it. I have zero idea. Let's try it. Not quite. So what even needs to change? What if I did this? Why don't we just see what would happen? Nothing. Okay. So when we start, we can't even start jumping up here, can we? Nope, can't do anything. Can't do anything with a little bit of something right there. Wait! Oh my god, it's genius. Right? Because now we have this one. Yes. Try it out. Oh my god, damn it. No, I can't reach. Just a smidge, man. Okay, I think it'll be okay. I think we're on the right track here. Do we need to be here for me to reach it? Oh, yeah, damn. What if... What if? This makes no sense. Okay, wait. So yeah, then we would jump up here. We could jump... We couldn't even. I'll give up on that idea. Let's try it like this. Oh my god, damn it. I hate when I do that on accident. Okay. Let's try this. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Nope, can't make the jump. Secondary idea. Secondary idea. I got it down. Oh my... Sorry, I shouldn't be yelling. I almost got it. Plus, I think I know where I was. Just like this, right? I think this is all I need. Almost. It'll at least be the highest we've gotten. This should be fine, right? Yo, damn it. Can't get the pink coin. Oh my god.
I'm falling.
I'm falling. What do you gotta say, bub? As a trick to this puzzle, maybe you should stand on Ralsei. It's a boy's treat for a guy like him. Yo, why are you actually correct? Ralsei, stay there. Never mind. Okay. We stand on Ralsei. But if that's like that, it's gonna have to be like this no matter what. We'll try it like this. Just set this here and we'll see what we can do from here. What can we do like this? Yes. But not quite. I think we try going back to our roots. Having it like this. Okay, think about it. Because it needs to be here regardless, right? Let's try it. No! Man, this pink coin is... One pink coin, by the way. A couple of other coins, too. If it were higher, could we still jump on it? I feel like we could. Like here. At which point they should be switched. shit, let's try it like this. Like this. No, not that high. At that point, can they be switched again? I don't think so. Wait. Loose idea. I have an idea. It's a bit of a loose one. Imagine. Imagine, imagine, imagine. Whew. Do it again. We can't make that. We can't make that jump. Could we have made it all the way up here? No, we can't. Oh my god. Wait. There's like an almost idea in my head. It's brewing. Switch. Can't get up. Wait. Two ideas. One is this. Bad idea. The other was something like switching again. Won't this work? Wait, let's try it. If we use the same strat anyway. Yes. This is gonna be hard to get to where I wanna be. That's actually like crazy far. Wait, no, I can't either way. Can't jump on you after it's done. Even now what I'm doing is like, I'm sure this is exploiting what I'm supposed to be doing anyway. No, it should just be farther. Let's try it. Never mind, I think that doesn't make sense. Whenever it was here, at least you could jump. What about like this? Okay. That'll do that. We still can't make the jump though. I am Rancris. This will get us nowhere. Yeah, damn it, yeah, damn it, yeah, damn it. I'm gonna try it like this, but it's pointless. It's pointless. Should we go back to like trying to use this somehow? With this we can jump on here. Just can't jump onto the other part. No, that's fine. Let's try something out. No, that doesn't make sense, yeah, damn it. Oh my god. Switch them out. This means you can jump on. You don't need any more than this, really. Delta Woke, hello, Sil. This puzzle is like bunging me. I'm stuck. Whoa. Should back up the phone. I accidentally started clipping. Let's just try this for fun real quick. I skipped all the puzzles since I wanted to finish the chapter fast. Lame! Bro, I knew someone else who did that, and it's like, why? Why would you ever want to finish the chapter fast? Actually, not the correct way. You're lame. Agree to disagree. What? I just did it? Oh my god, that's genius. I'm out of here. That was awesome. I finished the puzzle. I still have to do the other thing though. What is this again? Right on. You're back! Forgot all my voices already. No, if you want to memory, I'm gonna go Omega. It's fly. I'm serious. I believe ya. Relax. Yeah, damn it. So this character reminds me of you. I'm just choking. Wait, oh my god, now I need to be back up there again. I'll probably be back. It's okay. Guys, I'm gonna go Omega! Hey, that's an Omega attack, isn't it? I'm actually a little afraid. I finally done chapter 1 and 2 egg. Nice. And secret bosses. Boo, yes. Yeah, I want to do that for this chapter, but I have no like tales of what the egg is or anything, so I might be late. I might do it on the second playthrough. Secret boss, I'm trying to get the pink coins, but it's rough. Oh, egg. Damn it. What the hell is the point? Oh my god. Dumb shit. I'm gonna die. Ross's gonna die. And then it's gonna be me. And then it's gonna be Susie. I don't really want to do that though. It's probably gonna be safe eventually. Oh, damn it. I should have done it. It's too late. I really have to do everything myself, don't I? No, you don't have a lisp. I really have to do everything myself, don't I? I'll just give you that voice. I realized last time we lost only because you could act. So this time, it's time for my counter tactic. Infinite, invincible, actless, eternal seeing double. And I'll help. That's not your voice. I'll go. Oh shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Let me act. Oh, you're done. Orange, what are you doing? Well, you still have a while. Really? Maybe I should do 3 streams. Might not be good enough for this one. Because I have like, I'll play for like 2 more hours until 2. That'll be my limit. Maybe you should lose. Yeah, I guess I'll just save it for 3 streams. Damn. Oh, and despite her. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Yo, this is genuinely like rough and tough. I'm going to die. There we go. And I'm still helping. I'm not reading. Dang. Damn it. Holy shit. Life is hard. Susie, you're our only chance. I can't get it. I can't get it. I just can't. Yes! What health are we at? Susie at 30. Fifth theme. Fifth song using this melody. Oh yeah.
Way to go, Chibis. You ruined my attack.
Who are you exactly?
I'm Orange, the world's strongest human.
Human?
Yeah, look. Long human nose, round human ears, big human tail. What are you laughing at, Chibi?
Why, she's just a cute little mouse. Humans don't have tails, right, Susie?
They don't? You're lying, just like Seth.
Why do y'all want to be humans? I just realized, is this like an Asgore thing? Asgore loves human children. Just like Seth. Seth wants to be human too, though. What?
You're just jealous you don't have a hat to hide your stupid face.
Hey.
I am human. I'm brave, hairy, and your dad loves me. You got a problem with that? Talk to my fist!
Don't make me fight you. I'm not prepared. Oh, you're whack. You're a wackadoo.
Ouchie.
Good job. That really hurt. Hey, you know, if you keep practicing...
Stop treating me like a little chibi. You boys! I can deal more than 0 damage. I'm just hungry.
Said that last time. Hey, Rose.
What, Susie?
Nothing. Doesn't matter. What? We do have a long way because there's still unresolved drama within the group. Hey, please let me heal. There we go. Pink coin, pink coin, pink coin. Oh my god, please. Oh yeah. Pink coin! That's the 10th one. Yes. I say I do the secret boss before I end tonight. And then I'll finish the chapter tomorrow. And give my thoughts on it, whatever. Whoa! What? Oh, I get it. Now the sun is green. Yo, that's beautiful. Screenshot that. Nope! Oh my god. Wasn't even on my head, you just put it back on my head. This is easy sleazy. Susie has a problem with... Ah, oh, Rouse babying. Yes! Pink coin! I'll handle this later. Oh shit, do I have to do this now? I do. The secret boss is gonna be the last thing I do tonight. Probably, I hope, if I time it right. Orange, how are you doing?
You boys. Green!
Oh, Green. What's up?
They were picking on me.
No, we weren't.
They were too.
Green, you're cool, right?
Green, don't listen to them.
Green, promise, we weren't doing anything bad.
Green!
Green. Chill, brother. What? We disappointed Green by fighting.
Yeah, let's just go.
No response. Sorry, Green. Not my fault though, it's my team's. Oh, wait a second. Didn't Flowery tell us to stop you guys?
Green!
Get us something to eat. Oh my god. Oh shit.
Look, he's getting picked on now.
Ooh. Hit me with the music. Hit me with the music. Okay, we got orange, green. So is this all the flowers? There's 7 flowers, right? So Seth, aqua, green, orange, blue, yellow? What's the name? Yellow? Yeah, yellow. And flowery. Okay, yeah. Golden flower. Cool. Beast X. 25% mercy. Shit, what am I doing? I was attacked. Better focus. Get my head in the game. Okay, so get along. 84% TP. Holy. 25% mercy. Do I have to get on both of y'all? It's okay. TP cooking. Where's I cooked up some TP? Oh, okay. Green, rev up them fryers. It's time for breakfast. I need 5 foods, then I can show them my omega-3. Oh yeah. It's getting very hard to stay still. Did we eat too much? Everyone try to get along with Orange. Look, Orange, if you're hungry, it's your favorite. Here comes the airplane. Yum, 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 yum. You trying to make me feel stupid? What? You hatless chibis think you can block my flavors? We'll go in and try and keep up green. Fast food! Oh, shit. Okay, okay. Damn it. Can't get all of them. I don't care if you heal. Susie shows off her apron from the cooking game. Green claps pleasantly. Nice. Let's get along. Please. Oh, I don't have enough. God damn it. God damn it. This candy is the glue that keeps us close. I should be defending. This candy is the glue that keeps us close. Dang it. Oh my god, I can't get any. I like this attack. Oof. Orange's power has gone from Omega 1 to Omega 3. Skipped 2. Thanks, Green. How do they get food too? Finally, food! These neutrons will have you rustling your jimmies. Flavor blasted, flavor best. Omega 3! Oh shit. This is a problem. Okay. Oh my god, it's probably connecting to the Undertale. Because I forgot that these were like supposed to be connecting with the souls. What was... Green must have had a frying pan. That was the frying pan in Undertale, wasn't it? Justice. Blue was the belly shoes. Wasn't it? Patience? Maybe. If I had to guess. Aqua would have been... a knife? Oh, 8 humans, yeah. Or no, 7 humans. Shut your ass up. It's killer be killed. Erase, do not. Red. Yes. Bravery, tough glove. Aqua's patience, toy knife, and faded ribbon. Ballet shoes and old tutu. Blue. Purple. Perseverance. Yeah. Cloudy glasses, torn notebook. Yes. Kindness, burnt pan, stained apron. Yes, kindness. Oh my god, that's what you are. Justice, cowboy hat. Yes, it's all connecting, man. Unknown, speculated to be determination. That's us. One would assume. Or, you know, this is flowery. Fuck that. Getting it's flowy. Because it's gold or whatever. I don't know. Doesn't care. Doesn't matter. Shit. Good time. Okay, let's continue. Wait, that showed, right? This whole screen? I gotta make sure on stream. Yeah. Orange, green. What was I gonna do? Do I have everything? No.
If you chibis keep bullying me, I'm gonna tell.
Whoa! Oh, that's good. Bum bum bow. Banana man bow. Oh, you're getting big. Get along. I like you. Keep it up and you'll be on your human tails. Can you just say it normal, man? This candy's that glue that keeps us close. Ooh, get all of that good stuff. Ooh. Almost got all of it. One. Dick head. Feast. Still hungry, Orange?
Not if it's cheddar.
Right, I noticed cheese might not be your thing, so how about some ratatouille? Dude. Yeah, that Green's food, it's fast food. Can't keep up, can you? Obviously, you're Professor really human.
Nice knowing you, bullies.
Ooh. That's what it means to be human. Superman. Oh my god, we're like this close. Can we get a team heal? Do we have that? No? Go yourself. Oh shit, we don't need to use TP. We have an item for this kind of stuff.
You cheapies keep bullying me, I'm gonna tell.
This one's kind of hard. Oh wait, this heals us, right? We don't need that stuff. Cool. Green's feast. What? Green? This time you made my favorite. Oh, cheesecake, you're the best, Green.
What?
Cheesecake? What does that mean? Why are you laughing? Nothing. It's wonderful that it's your favorite food.
You're bullying me, aren't you?
That's it. Enough singling me out. Do you want to catch these hands and catch my Omega? Yikes. Whoa! Oh, tough. Not that hard of an attack, though. You're not that tough. Damn. Ooh. I get it. I get the spice. We're done here.
What'd you think of that?
Oh.
Green, you thought it was cool?
I mean, I gotta admit they were badass too. Me too. I'd also say it's bad. In the ass way, of course. No, I mean in the...
Really? You're not condescending me? You're admiring me?
Yeah. Orange, your punch packed a real kick. Even if you do lactose. Lactose? Huh? Lactose.
You're still talking about cheese? I mean, I thought you were done bullying me.
Green? Aw, bye Green. Love you. Oh, no. Oh, Green. Green, hey Green, what's up? We're all just friends with Green. Huh? You wanted to tell me a recipe? Some really yummy holiday cookies? Yo, what is up with Susie getting invited? Sorry guys, I'll be right back. I suppose we should give her some space. Yeah. It's nice she's got someone in the real world. Besides you, of course, Chris. Hey, maybe I'll go and look for some flowers too. Am I being left alone? Flowery. I could just chill. I just vibe. Flowery? Don't even if it seems important. Ooh. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Please. Please let it change. Please. Everything be alright. Please. Have mercy on them. Have mercy on Susie. Ooh. Flowery, you got a lot on your mind, huh? Are you mad? Susie and Chris got out of jail. Only because Aqua and Seth made friends. And that's another step closer to understanding each other. Don't act like you have an actual plan. So what are you up to? Praying? Of course. Every chance I get, I pray. You got a kind and loving heart, Rally. Thanks. How much you think doing that helps? I have to believe. That's all I can do. You sure? Maybe you already have everything you need. Why not just put your faith in yourself? Do you really have so little self-awareness? My faith is nothing like your arrogance. You have no way of defeating us, defeating anyone. You know, if I let myself go like you, I could burn you down in an instant. But you haven't. Only because it would make everything worse. It's because you want to see if I can win, right? If I can stop you and defy fate. No one can do the impossible. Says the impossibility himself. What? Hey, smile again. I know no matter what, you guys are gonna save the world. Suppose so. Here, take this before I go. Huh? Drink vouchers for the cafe. Pick your fave. I bet Susie would like the root drink and Chris. You wanted to try this one, right? Blue and pink. Huh? No, how did you know that? You were looking at it the longest. Just get your fave. Don't worry about Chris. Got it, princess? Ciao. Ooh. Is that pink and yellow? It is. What are you two doing? Check in for my 10, please. Idiot. Find any? Ugh, not yet. Got free drink vouchers for the cafe. Oh, really? Awesome. Susie, you can have the purple one. And, Chris? Blue and pink one. Green and yellow one. Green and yellow. Blue and pink. Yellow and pink. Wait, which one did you want? I want the green and yellow one. Yeah. Of course, Chris. Great. And I'll take the blue and pink one. Chris has me in mind. Has me in mind too, Flowery. You know it. So I did the right choice. Let's go. I kind of forgot which one Flowery gave specifically to Rasa. Are we done? Nice. Secret boss! I like that. Cool. Secret boss! What the fuck? Yes, I see you. Can I take a break with Seth? Yes! Seth, bro, you're my favorite. Yellow or Seth, but I like Seth a lot. Yes. You know, Seth, one thing that really bugs me about Flowery, that he doesn't explain everything, is that he doesn't explain everything correctly. Exactly. He doesn't use the right terms. He tells people things that they shouldn't know. He acts like he knows more than he does. You really get me. We should be the leaders. Exactly. Whoa. Wait, I don't want to be the leader. Well, do you want to trade glasses or something? Also, do you want to like birds? Or like birds? Never mind. I like the yellow bird that shows up during Jevil's act. Yeah. Wait, the yellow bird that shows up during Jevil's act. Like his fight, or I thought you were talking about like chapter 1, like the Star Walker. But he's a star. He just comes from a bird, right? I don't know, I'm gonna stop saying things that I'm not sure of. Yellow and blue, why didn't I have this before? Seth and Susie. Why doesn't it show Susie? Why doesn't it show our team whenever it's our team that's gonna be talking? Weird. Seth and blue, I'll listen to that. Sure. Let's check it out.
Blue, my analysis has determined you're too emotional. You don't stop sugarcoating everything for everyone. No one is ever going to become their ideal selves.
I see. Yes, Seth. You have quite a substantial point. Sorry, I was trying to find their voice again. Seth, if I may offer you some criticism, however, your brutal over-analysis of everyone's behavior, could it not also hinder one's botanical development? In other words, could your behavior not be considered cringe?
What? No, it's not. It's not, guys, it's not.
I'm sorry, I misspoke, Seth. Your analysis is much needed.
Thank you. Finally, someone tells it like it is. Seth, don't wet your face with cry. I think it's good that you're cringe. You do? It makes me want to throw rocks at you, which is fun. Are we throwing rocks? Can I help?
Wait, there's so many voices. What? Throwing rocks? That's a violence. I'll arrest those rocks for nobody gets hurt. Such a good characters. I'm enjoying this. Sorry, one clap. One clap for good. 2 claps for amazing. I would clap twice, but I don't want to overdo my claps. Save them. Save it for the second one later. Seth and Susie, Seth and yellow. Let's keep it simple. Seth and green. Just stick to Seth's voice. Seriously, doing everyone's is hard.
Go to the right. Now go to the left. Now try taking out the pan. Oh! Art! Even listening to me. I told you not to put so much power into it. Suffering sap. How can you two work together like this? Maybe if I could do something... Oh, maybe if I could do something other than pulling their hair. Huh? I suppose I didn't think of it like that.
Yes, bro. Seth and aqua, so good. Seth and yellow. I like yellow a lot. I don't know, they're competing hard right now. Aqua's also really good. Aqua, Seth, and yellow.
Listen, yellow, according to my calculations, if you want to be a better cowboy, you need a ranch.
Thank him, Green. Now that I got this cool ranch dressing.
Not cool ranch, like regular ranch for cowboys.
Hey! Thank him, Green. Now here's regular ranch dressing.
Wait, really?
Perfect, you're all set then.
Huh?
Yellow, bad news. Did more research. Apparently ranch means you need a horse to ride. Rouse? Yup. What? Oh, yes. You're sure this is what I'm supposed to do? Yes! Yes! More oofs and less this, you know? That's how you put on a show. That was good. Seth and Susie. Now I understand why there was only one before. So I'm basically friends with everyone. Except for fucking Flowery. Seth and Susie? Ooh yeah.
Susie, why not join us flowers? You make a genius, Violet. Wait, huh? A nerd respecting me? What? Susie, look at our side. Look at it.
Hey Seth. Put my ice creams in the microwave. Now I can't find it.
If you joined, you'd easily be top 3 smartest.
Seth, your hero, Birdly, also quite likes her. Wait, your hero... Seth, your hero Birdly also quite likes her. Oh yeah.
What? How dare you be liked by him?
What?
No, he doesn't. I don't like him anyway. What? How dare you not be liked by him? But you can still join our side.
Seth, I found them creams. Base theme. I'm good. Yellow and blue. I'm surprised this wasn't here before. Oh, each moment in this reverie is like an era of bliss. A teat, so magnifique. Oh, how resplendent. Don't understand you, Blue, but it's darn pretty. Next time I'm gonna be the one protecting you.
Really? Really?
Oh, what a hero you are, Yellow.
Me? I'm a hero now?
Guess I am. Guess I am.
Hero, all you've done is arrest me!
Wrong. Yellow also let me play with matches.
So I did.
So I did.
That's villainous! Any fix your drawings to have smiles on them. Those are my tactical diagrams!
Oh, shucks. Said for corn reasons. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. I have too much in storage. Oh no, that's my storage. This is what I'm holding. I'll get some more of this. It's time to go. Shit, I do have a ways to go. The doors haven't even opened yet. Holy. Does that mean I can't do it yet? The boss? Come on, we're not using that. Where did this go? Did we ever know? Did I ever go this way? What is that? Am I gonna 11 pink coins? Okay. You open the treasure chest. 1 pink coin. Okay, I have 11. Nice. Nah! Okay. Thought I only needed 10. I thought there only was 10. Why would there be 11? Fug. This means I can't go back, does it? Is that right? No, wait. Yes, I can, right? Because it's not that far. It's like back here. It's like right here, right? Please? No. Damn it. Damn it. I can't go back. Might just end up having to end late whenever I do the boss. Sprout. I guess we're doing this until we can do something otherwise. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. Guess I'm gone. I guess so.
Ooh, that's okay. We can play later.
Well, more time to practice. Your Osgore doesn't give no shit. Not to.
Are you sure? Not even a pirouette?
Oh, green. I like this version of his theme.
Yes. No one will get in your way. Wait, what if I tried... Sorry. Ooh. Oh. Thought it was gonna be Asgore.
My human.
So, how are humans feeling about helping Asgore? I just need to keep studying harder. I just need to protect him more.
That's great.
Very good, everyone. Asgore?
My key.
Asgore. All the others have gift and pride for you.
That's my dreams.
Everyone's hope. Everyone's spirit is human.
Smile again.
If you gave it a chance, I know it'd make you smile. Lowry. Isn't it time you let me visit the Dark Fountain? The one who made it. You know they'll come back to it. When they do, I'll make sure they never make another. Ooh, shit, he doesn't know. Does he know? No, he doesn't. Sure, I can bring you there, old buddy. If it's your special dream. Perfect. And this time, Flowery, nobody interrupts me. You got it, King. Send him to jail. Shit. Hey guys. Friends! Do you want to play? Got a new cowboy show. Want to see? That's not his voice. You guys like stories, right? Would you want to hear a new one? Heh. Oh, that sounds great. Are you guys here anyway? Ooh. They're here to seal our fountain. To end Asgore's dream. Hey, we're just... Right. We're enemies. How could we forget? Enemies. Enemies, friends. What are they but roles? Chris, Susie, Rossi? Flowers are messengers of love. Even if we anger, the 7 of us can never hate you. But where we find division is our love, our dreams. Chris, Susie, Rossi? If you go any further, all of us will do our best to halt you. Not in hatred, but as a contest of our love. Then let's make it a fair fight, y'all. Ooh, shit. Ooh, don't make it too boring. Try to actually make me think. And this time, I won't lose. Grin? Peace. Chris, see this? This is the true power of friendship.
You're a hero.
You think you could beat us with that husk you call companionship?
Get a chance.
Get a chance. If you're for real, I'll be at top of castle. We can't give up now, Susie. I don't know if facing them is right, but that's why you're in charge, yeah? Anything you want to do, I got your back. Just promise me, we won't hurt them, okay? Chris! Let's go! Fun gang. Oh, yes! Wait, what was over here? Straight nothing. Bunch of notes. I wanna go back down. Apologies. Yes, the door's open. Okay, so then I guess that means I'm doing this and then I'm doing all that tomorrow. It's the only way. Cliffs? Oh, that's how we're doing it. Shop. I don't quite know what to do with the key yet still though. Yeah. Oh, cute. Don't remember yellow. Bum 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 down. Ba-dum-ba-da-dum-bum. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Doesn't realize it's for sale. Save your dollars. Nope. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. You don't have words on the key? What do I do with it? That's right, go outside, it's beautiful. Don't make me look it up now. Good music. Hey, key, yeah.
A pink key with an ectoplasmic aura. Maybe it's a family heirloom. Where would that go? Do I even remember a door that didn't open before? Garden. End of garden. Top chef. Yeah. Can I look it up? I kind of really want to look it up. Because I need to get this, like, done. It'll be okay. But I'm doing it. Wait, not this one. This one. Near the end of the Flower Castle area. Navigate through the door to the final sequence. Puzzle/pogo sections. Progress through the castle until you reach the final major sequence. Damn, I don't think I'm there yet. Mysterious puzzle? Is it that mysterious? This puzzle was not that mysterious. Now just show me where it is. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, this is just a... Dun dun dun, bam 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 bam. Yeah, I don't think I've gotten here yet. Okay, gotta keep progressing. God damn. It's alright. I'm A-okay with this. We have time. I don't need to be like tripping out. Stay here. Foyer? Yeah. Ooh, wait. Go back down. Is there gonna be anything new in the cafe now? Now that we're into the real dirty business. Oh, what up, Green? Flips me off now instead. Okay, yeah, nothing's changed. They still love me. I love you guys too. Seriously do. A bunch of lovable characters, ain't they? Don't let them die now. The fountain! Nice. Some Sonic music, like truly. Some true Sonic music. Ah, oh, fuck you guys. Sorry, F. I already got you guys. Now! Oh! I'll show you how much my tactics have grown. Their weakness is being alone. I'll stick by their side. Oh! Oh my! You told Shinobuto to come to your side. She's too nervous. Catches their bugs with her hands. Rousey listens to a White Album. Don't worry, I'm right behind you. That's alright. I'm okay with you doing this. It's not even that strong. Don't worry, I'm right behind you. Don't worry, I'm right behind you. I like voicing Seth. Seth's cool. Ooh, gotcha. I like Seth using actual strategy to try and beat us. That's cool. Ooh. As long as you believe, love will mark your path. Oh. But if you touch Blue's flowers, justice will have its way. Ooh. My bad, buddy pal. This is cool. Oh yeah. Time to take out the big guns. Oh shit. These are pretty big guns, gotta tell you what. Yo, my. Yokai. Did I do good, Blue? Excellently, Yellow. Oh, adorable. Okay. Oh. Seeing everyone fight alongside each other. Do you get it now? This isn't only about Asgore. Everyone has spent their whole lives as flowers. Orange, yellow, blue, green, aqua, Seth. Today, all of them, for the first time, have been able to know their own smiles. And you three still want to seal that away? Stop playing dumb, you know what will happen. There's too many dark fountains. Having multiple only invites the end of the world. Hey, I don't disagree. So here's an idea. Why not leave our fountain, and you get rid of yours in Castletown? Ooh. You... Or will you really take away someone else's fantasy? Just to keep your own? Our Castletown, it's not just a fantasy. It's our home. It's Chris's, it's Rouse's, it's everyone's. We're not getting rid of it. I see. Spoken like a true hero, Susie. Don't let him get to you, Susie. Yeah, you're right. Castletown can't give that up, right? Not for anything. We can't. I mean, this is only their this, like you said, this is only their fantasy. We brought recruits to our place. We just can't bring the flowers, and if that's the case, that's the case. It is the way it is. It is a loss for a good cause. Aqua. Oh, wanna play a fast game? Wanna play fast game? Oh shit! Oh my god, I failed. Here, it's your prize. Oh shit. This is the bad stuff, Aqua. Ooh, but I'm too good. Don't you want your prize? Nope. God damn it. Oh, turn it, Aqua. What were you again? Perseverance? 4, 3. Doesn't matter if you can't move. It's all about formation. We just need to make something can avoid. She blocks the way for real. This is true. Oh yeah. That's it. Power formation. Whoa. Why would y'all jump? Yo, this is working. Too bad I got y'all. We need to heal Chris. Oh, but we can't. Susie beats up the ground. Rosso trades hats. Huh. Getting rid of one doesn't change anything. Yeah, it does. I don't think they can reach me now. This doesn't work no more. Oh yeah. Seth, how about chaos for luck? Thanks, Aqua. Ooh. Pose for mercy. I think we do this. It might be okay. Please? Yes! I needed some health. Straight up, 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 up. Oh. Flowery. Ooh. What? Trying to take me down before the big finale? It's not like you, Rally. Stop dragging this out. Are you still going against me, new buddy? Why are you still trying to go against me, new buddy? Don't you like serving humans? Ooh, wait, I sound just like him. You are not a human. You're just pretending to be something you're not. Oh, Rouse, want to tell them what's wrong with that? It's your purpose to be a flower. You can't run from that. Our purpose is to stop the darkness. We're just doing what we have to. Oh, Rally. Maybe I did tease you too much. This whole time, I was doing it thinking, help you realize you could be happy. Instead, it just seems like it makes you jealous. That we don't have to follow your silly little rules. Shut up already! Yo, he's fuming. You wanna know what happens if I don't follow the rules? Everything will fall apart. You'd think I wanted to be like this? Then what do you want?
I'm only trying to help you.
I'm just trying to help you, Rally. Oh my. Hey, Rouse, just forget that guy. He's a jerk. We just gotta get to the dark fountain. Thanks, Susie. Green, what are you going to do to us? Ooh, you raised your prices by 1%? I see. It's the ultimate shop. Thanks, Green. Okay, sorry, I was checking something. Heals, fragrant pellet, team made by Green. Ooh, oh, team made by Green. Netsky hat. Damn, that'll do good for Rouse. I don't really know what it is, but I'm gonna buy it again. I think I have like 3 now, though. What is RSVP? It's a guest list. It seems like everyone's invited, including you. Cool. To door, where will you go? Castle? Top of castle? Will I? But the door is not open there. Stay. Amazingly, you are already there. Makes sense. This room's enormous. Guess we start here? Oop. Oh, right. I get it. I just had an idea, but I feel like it's too late. Damn it! I'm not getting it. There we go. Got my mind on other things. He was not gonna go back. Well, this is a tad difficult. No! Rose! Yes! This is not a tad difficult. Is it timed? It's not even timed. Oh. Okay, it is a tad difficult, I admit. Oh! What did you just say? Rose, hey. Susie? What did Rose just say? Damn it, I missed it. For this room, let's not wait for Chris to tell us when. Let's just do it. All you gotta do is trust each other, right? Let's go. Ooh. Oh shit. What if I did get it? Am I not able to? Is that like not possible? Oh my. Yes! Go faster, I'm trying! First try, please. This is beautiful. Oh shit. Yes! That was easy, right? Susie! Fire magic. Dude, I didn't know you could do that. Well, I showed me cool, like, stuff like that earlier, okay? Of course, Susie. This way. This way doesn't lead to the fountain. Where does it lead, eh? Shit.
Sorry for the curse words.
Just kidding. I don't give a damning damn. Oh! Almost bad. I almost messed up. What? This is beautiful. Oh! Bad! Oh shit. I almost forgot that I was playing video games. Oh, this is cool. I like this. This is neat. Oh, why am I getting more pink points? Where does this go? Back here? Okay. Dang. Yeah. A thing up with my foot. Mysteriously colored door. Suddenly, the mystery key reacted. Gotta be someone new. Let's go, Chris. Can we save? We can save. We can save in here. I will say, going into here, I know what the secret boss is, but I've never seen anything of it. So let's get into it. Hello? Anyone in here? Bet you it's someone mega strong. Oh, perhaps with a unique and memorable theme. Shh, there's someone.
Haha! You chibi's talking about me?
Oh, it's just orange.
What do you mean just orange? I've been practicing. I'm extra now. I'm super.
Chris, perhaps we need to use the key elsewhere.
Psst, Rosé, come on. We can beat her up if she wants. Stop pulling me! Or I'm telling.
Let's go check on her. That voice has gotta be annoying. Maybe I should do a different one. Just kidding, too late. Orange, we just wanted to check on you.
Leave me alone, you big ugly hatless long-eared freak. I'm telling my big sis.
Big sis? What's her name? Marigold the Giant Rat?
Don't make fun of big sis.
Or what? Spring may change to fall, but my season 2 will never falter. Whoever is making orange blue, the strongest flower will punish you. Excuse me. The prettiest soldier of Asgore's 7 colored flowers. Pink! Huh?
Big sis. Of course. Friends never leave friends in corporal danger.
This is gonna be a hard voice.
Of course. Friends never leave friends in corporal danger. Now, who's bullying you, Ori? Those guys. They've been bullying me all day. They keep acting like I'm not extra, like I'm small. They even said humans don't have tails.
Of course we have tails.
So can you beat them up? Leave it to me.
Sorry, me. Doing like a humiliation ritual right now. Have you three been picking on Orange? She's really a sweet girl, just like a real Orange. If you just say sorry, maybe we could be friends. We were being nice. She started it. Psst, Rosé. Bro, Rosé needs to get his manners in check. You're right. We're sorry. We just want to be friends too. Keep getting notifications for random things. charger. We just want to be friends too.
There you go.
Oh my god. Meow.
Bleh. Or you apologize too, meow. Huh? Me? Why? You're always getting in fights, aren't you?
You have to control your anger. Mew. Don't let your grudges grow. Is this the first time we've seen a text box like this? Like with a character? It is. That's crazy.
And never make an enemy when you can make a friend. Well, you say so, big sis. Hey, jerks! I'm sorry, too.
Don't worry about it.
I feel better now. Thanks, Pink. No problem, Ori. Let's go do normal flower stuff.
Hey, wait a second. Maybe I miscounted, but... 1 second. Grabbing my charger for my phone. Before the action starts. Don't. Coming up right now, maybe. Huh? Or else didn't we meet off 7 flowers already? Huh? Huh? Come to think of it, Asgard doesn't have a pink flower, does he? Big sis? Pink? How long have you been my big sis? Huh? Well, you see, well, that's... How about you all mind your own damn business? So what if I'm not really a flower? Who cares? I like being here. I like this world. I like this body. Sorry, Miss Pink. This dark world it's kind of temporary. I get it. You kittens are gonna take it away, aren't you? Ha! Don't make me laugh. Pink is gonna punish you first. You'll be wriggling in the soil begging for forgiveness. That's the best way to apologize. Mew. Oh, alright, dearies. This is gonna be a long battle, so why don't you have an appetizer first? A long battle? Don't believe you. A little floral tea will have you tickled pink. Pink! Pink! Pink? What the? Why is it purple? Yo. This is actually insane. It has effects now. Now this ain't no Undertale. That stupid bug said it was... Fusa... I don't know. Well, no matter, you're trapped now. Probably beetles. Mewers live? Mewer. TP max reduced by T. TP 0 out of 8? Gather hearts to recover max TP. Oh yeah, the TP is small. Okay. This theme will do. Giga Flirt, Mega Flirt, Doki plus 10. Oh my. Well, I can't do anything, so I'll check you. Share food. Item in exchange for Doki? No. No. Sorry. Not happening. Max TP 14% up. Sure. A Lightner Ghost in a magical girl's body. A Lightner Ghost? Wait. A Lightner Ghost in a magical girl's body. Yuki your heart with flirts in. Aww. Rossi looked adorable. Hearts came out. Max TP came up. Purple, you can't move, whatever. Figure out how to move, see if I care. Doot. Oh, hearts are good. Ooh, I'm good. Except for the hearts that I didn't get earlier. Just figuring things out. That was kind of big damage. Doki up. Let's flirt, I guess. Can't do that. Max up. You flirted. Okay, 21 out of 60. You flirted, Susie flirted. Gathered adoration. Max TP went up. Now that you're purple, you're restricted in my feline web. For this body, I was nobody, a ghost, nothing. Now, I'm a sensation. I've got friends, enemies, neutrals. You have my own Doki meter. Oh, 15, let's go. Hey, stop staring at that. Whoa. This is so cool. Damn it. Oh my god. Yo! 1 heart? Really? Flirt, flirt.
Jealous? I bet you are. Bet you want to steal this body like a little grubby puppet gremlin. Well, who wouldn't? It's even got its own limited edition voice clips. I love you, Mew.
Oh my god! Impossible. Just so everyone knows, this is not possible by any human. Oh my god, Ralsei's dead.
Oh, we're gonna die.
I forgot this would be hard. Okay. Well, we have to heal the team. I don't have team healing items anymore. What? What about the tree? Oh my god, it's in my, like, storage or something. Oh my god. Heal down ally. We'll use Chris.
Hey, you stupid Joe Pen, stop flirting. You're making my body's heart go funny. Die!
Whoa! Okay, that's the same kind of bomb. Ow. Okay. Not worth it. Doki +5 though? Imagine I solo this? Bad idea. Ah, do I even have another heal ally? No, I don't. Okay. Ralsei, come on. What? Nowadays just being a tough battle isn't enough to scrape by.
Mew.
You also gotta be an idol on top of it. Whoa! Ooh. Yeah, this is literally a Vocaloid. Which is awesome. This is cool. And I'm for this. That's actually beautiful too. Is he gonna revive her fully? Okay. What's the spam button again? Is it gonna help me?
Stop looking!
I'm not progressing your battle yet. It's bad, actually. Damn it.
Oh, it's just Susie again. God damn.
This is hard. Yo, I want to progress. I should probably progress outside. Otherwise I'm just gonna die. I can't focus on hearts. I need to like strategize. I lied. Damn it, man. Oh my god. That attack is tough. I understand. Come on, that all you got. Chris, get up. Okay, we're here. Is this even here? What is this room called? Boss? Yeah, it's just got a boss. Oh. Nice. I forgot to change my items. Oh my god. Well, I guess I'll just defend, and then flirt, and then get Lovely Boy. This is the best way to go about it. Ralsei looked adorable. Hearts came out. Max TP up. Purple, you can't move. Whatever. Figure out how to move. See if I care. Mew. Okay, that's TP. Oh, that's how I get TP up. Bro, I didn't even need to get it more up. What am I doing? I was fighting a battle before for nothing. So yeah, let's flirt. That's what you do, okay. And then max DP 14% up. We can. Guess we might as well. Flirted. Gathered adoration. Max TP went up. Nice. It's kind of all I needed. Just want to have at least a +5. Before this buddy, it was nobody. A ghost of nothing. No, I'm a sensation. I've got friends, enemies, no trolls. Oh, Doki meter. Oh, Diego flirt would be awesome. Sorry, I'm like dealing with my head. Okay. We can flirt? Oh my god, I should have gone the tree. It's alright. I say we just flirt, including Urasa. We're kinda good, but we need to heal soon. Jealous? I bet you are. Bet you want to steal this body like a little grubby pelican. Yeah. Get your own voice lines, eh? Yo, no, this is... I'm like... Oh, that was so good. Wait, I didn't get hit there, right? Nice, I think. I don't know. Now we just need to defend. Team healing, come on. No. Damn it. Susie, you need a flirt. Ooh. Heal prayer, nope. Or else you need to heal yourself, man. You'll be healed fully, won't you? Yes. Chris is alright. Stupid gel pens. Stop flirting. To die. No, why is she bad? She's supposed to help. And be nice. So there's always at least one part. I'm just not focusing on it like an idiot. That did not go well. Chris still died. Okay. Well, no Doki, I guess. Shit. Kill Chris. And... let's heal Susie, I guess. Rase might die. Wait, it's almost time for my concert. This is easy, we can do this. Get TP off of it too. Nice! Hit her, I get it. Just like the Ghost Dummy fight, it's cool. Or whichever fight, I kinda can't remember. Mega Flirt! What's the difference? Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Nice. Stop making my buddy purr, you jerks. Okay. Ooh, my god. Shit. Oh, are you kidding me? Rase's down? Oh my god. I'm just gonna do the Dokis. You're done. Doki meter max. Mew. Doki meter max? What does that mean, Mew? What? This crap, I didn't tell you to. Special love sequence activated Mew. Dating sequence. What? What's going on? School? I don't even go to school anymore. Are you gonna walk me home? Yup. It's because you think this body's cute, right? Yeah? You wish you never met me, right? Nope. Ah, enough already. This is over. 25%. You're kidding me. Jesus. Oh, shit, Rosie's still down. Okay. We can get him to 90, and then item in exchange for Doki. No. Oh my god. We need to get the TP back up too. Hey, buddy, why the Mew did you have them date us? I like them, Mew. Well, what? No, we want to kill them. Look. Whoa. Oh my god, that's how it works. I get it. I understand it now. So much sense. Dang it. Also, you need it, bro. You need everything. Don't hurt them, Mew. Hey, you're my body, get it? That means you do what I want. Whoa. Oh my, this is cool. God, this is insane. Damn it. Oof. Okay. Nice. Is it going to change every time that we shift? 25%? I don't even think this is worth it yet. I guess it is. I guess. Everyone flirted hard. Let's date Mew. I like them. I want a new hat, Mew. Shut up! Stop making my heart beat. Nah. Not fair, yeah. What? That's okay. Nice. Yo, tree item. I forgot what it was even called, but it needs to come now. We're so doomed. Need food on all of us. We're gonna use all of it. Flirt, I guess. Susie, my diet. Let's date, Mew. I want you. Let's go back to school. Listen, body. We are pink. We're never going on a date again. Got it? Nice. Good attack. Forgot about that one. Damn, I'm actually getting hit. Dang. Yo, we just got beat up bad. 5 is not gonna do it. We actually need to heal him. Oof. Hard. Shit, I guess we might fail this one, which is okay. Stop making my body purr, you jerks. I just need TP. Yes! I think we have it. We have enough. Do this, and then flirt. Oh my god, we can't flirt again. We actually just need to defend, like... Okay, then Susie defend. Or else I do it. Or else I will flirt. Okay, yeah. Stop making my buddy purr, you jerks! I like this attack quite a bit. Mainly because it's easier than the last one. Wait, no, defend. And then Rase. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Heal prayer, heal prayer. On Susie. Yoki meter. Yes. Yeah. No! Time for best special sequence. Yes! No, stop! Get this stuff out of here! Why do you even need it on radar? Let's date, Mew. I'm not doing this. Let's date, Mew. I'm not doing this. Why don't we get a move on, bub? Whoa! Hey, we split. Now we can both date. Will you say something nice to us? No, say something nasty to us. Then how about a choice that means both? Where? I just wrote it. Disappoint us. Let her down? Which metal could? Call us scrap. Steel shed. Idiot. Call it a scrap. Tin can. Tin can. Be honest. Be a weenie. Frank. Free Frank! That's a genius! Ah, so pink split into a ghost in a body. Does that mean y'all are two different characters? No. Jesus. Okay, well if I die, I'm just gonna change items and I might be okay. Oh, 20 Doki? Yo. I'll do it. And I guess we're doing Lovely Boy. Look what you did, you stupid body. Now we're not even together. Yeah, let's date. It's you. You guys are making her act funny. Die, die, die. Oh, terrible. What is going to happen now? Whoa. Whoa. This is intense. Damn it. Crazy attack. Oh my god. Dang. I do not have like the idea to strategize about this. Bring him back. I want yogurt mushroom. Yeah. What the heck is happening? Why are we split? You're a ghost lightener. And that body you found seems to become a darkener of its own. What? Please tell me we explain things and then it'll be alright. Easy sleazy. Yes! What? We got hit? Silly. Oh. There should be a secret boss that's like killing itself with the fight and you have to save them. And if you kill them, then it's like, bro, why'd you kill them? You're evil. Like genocide. Think about it. Oh, I could flirt, I guess. It's a bad idea. Oh, it has its own likes, its own dislikes? No. Will you say more per attack? It'll really help me out, you know. Oh my god. Changing items. Do 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 do. Okay, storage. Glow shard? Yeah, we need that. Forgot. There should all be in these. So Scar Elixir recovers 160 HP. No. Deluxe dinner, definitely not deluxe dinner, anything but deluxe dinner. Dog dollar, nice. So yeah, we have good green tea. Revivement is great. TV dinner sucks probably. Yeah, that's 140. Butt juice changes color with temperature. You gotta sell these, man. Exec buffet might be good. I have zero idea. Where did the piece of the tree go, man? Deluxe dinner. 25 HP, that's good. Revivement. We need revivements instead of some BS. Rice with green tea. It's all green tea. Nice. Wait, what? Whatever. I think we're good, but I want that tree piece. Forgot what it was even called, but I'll be back. Yeah, okay. Castle, blues room, cliffs, no garden, top chef. I am. Man, I just don't believe you. But I'll believe you. Pink door. Okay, so... Oh, there's 4 pages anyway. Oh my god. We have so much. I'm not seeing any of that tree stuff, though. Whatever, I guess. I need more revivements. To be honest. We have so many. Maybe let's not use so many. Let's try it with this. I think we're kind of stacked. In fact, yeah. Let's stop here. Remove a revivement. Green tea. Green tea is pretty good. Shit, I didn't save. It's alright. It's alright, because we're gonna win. Sip of water. Ugh. I'm ready. Water powered me. Flirt. Lovely boy. Aww. Aww. Purple bro, whatever. This one's easy. And it gets me a lot of TP. Yes. Okay. That's all we need. We don't even need more hearts. We really don't. Damn it. Oh my god. It's not bad. No point in doing that. Just flirt, I guess. Damn. Really don't have a lot to do. Do. I'll defend. All I can do is get hearts. Damn it, that was a bad idea. I don't even need it. Hey, nice. Mega flirt, yes. Even though someone's gonna die probably if I don't get this perfect. What? Because it landed on me? Fuck you. Oh my god. We died. Yeah, it was only Susie left. Oh my god. That was a bad one. Okay, well now I know not to be silly. Now I know that I just need to be serious and I'll win. This is the one. Wait, I didn't save again. Wait, no, it's fine, I think. What's our items? It's a lot of revivements. I should have saved. It's alright. I'll use it. Same method. Flirt. Lovely boy. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Aww. Figure out how to move, see if I care. Meow. Easy squeezy. Nice. That actually almost got me to 40. Kinda. Maybe next time I'll try harder. Mega flirt? How much is yours? 60, okay. Oh, this one's hard. I guess. It's not even worth it. Yeah, I could flirt, but I don't think it's really worth it. Well, no. Yeah, let's flirt. Now we'll have 5. Okay, now we defend. For Lovely Boy? Yeah, let's do it, I guess. Please be this Showtime one. It's not. Oh. No, it's this one. This one's hard. Okay, all I had to do was move a little bit and it was like a lot easier. Nice. Not gonna lie, I'm saving that. Oh my god, I could have done Mega Flirt. Damn. That's terrible, actually. Shit, I'm just gonna flirt, I guess. Oh no, if... Oh, no, because you're gonna heal Rouse. And then Rouse can't do Mega Flirt because you're not defending. It's just not worth it. I guess we'll save it. Gonna heal Rouse, I guess. I think. Maybe you flirt. Maybe let's just do it. Dang it, bro. This one's so hard. Oh my god. Oh my god, I actually did better. Yes! That was great. Can we do it? Can I Mega Flirt? No. Well, we can heal Ralsheim. Oh yeah, and we do one more attack, and I think it's the concert one, so we should be good. Just defend Ralsheim. What? Yep. Time for concert. This will get us a butt ton of TP, hopefully. Dang it! Oh, that was bad. Nice. Ooh, good. Oh. What if I did this, and then... Oh god. I don't know, when do I do this? No. Okay, no. You Mega Flirt, and then you still can't heal. Well, I'm not wasting it, so... Someone's gotta do it, so it's gonna be you. We're going to Mega Flirt. And then we're just gonna do our best. Lovely Boy. Flirt. Could heal, but it's not worth it. So we're just gonna defend. It's time to date. Oh yeah. I know the answers to this. Oh, is it because we already did it? Nice. I think he's feeling from the impact of the date. TP meter reset. Oh. It's reeling from the impact. Okay, so... Same thing. Flirt. Lovely Boy. This one's a lot easier. Now that I know how to do it. Third one's the hard one. Ooh. Nice. Let's flirt and flirt and... What a lovely boy. Don't hurt them. Meow. Hey, get out of my body. Get at them and I do what I want. Not quite yours, pal. Nacho cheese. Nice. Mega flirt. And then flirt. And then... Let's heal, honestly. No, 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 no. Let's honestly defend, I guess. Shut up! And stop making my heart beat! Like, why am I blushing? Yay! If we had a mega, which we don't, I can't even try and get one. I say just one of us flirts, one of us does this. I'll say you cannot. Yes, you can. Heal, Chris. I guess. God, I don't know. It's hard. Concert? Yes. I can do this. Like, why am I blushing? Baby, no kidding. Okay. We can't! Oh my god. Oh wait, yes we can. Or else I go for the mega flirt. Come on. Give it all you got. Alright. This is hard. Oh my god. Frank. A gift for me? What? Idiot. Oh, a stinky fish? Oh, nice. This makes sense. Ooh, that took damage on us. Oh my god. Oh. Wrong. Thing is split into ghost and body. I don't think this is even gonna work. I'm just gonna save it for whenever she's downed. So let's use that, I guess. Here's another one on Rouse. And then Rouse does Lovely Boy. Look what you did, you stupid body. Now we're not even together. You don't stay. It's you. You guys are making her act like that. Die. Oh my god, yeah, this one. Jesus. It might not even be worth it trying to get the hearts. It's hard. Damn it. Not fair. I can flirt, but I can heal myself too, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. Revive Dust, too. Let's flirt. I guess we really need all we can get. I want Yogurt Mushroom you. What the heck is happening? Why are we split? God, this is... This is much. Easy peasy. Oh. We can flirt. I don't think any of us have enough damage to not go for it. Lovely Boy. And then we just kind of need to... Ooh. Rough. Or more, rather. Mew. Get it. I think I died here last time. Oh my god. You're kidding.
Revive Steam 25%, I guess. No, it can't be. It's me. It needs to do what I say because what it wants is stupid. I want to eat sand on the beach with you. Okay, I can do this one as long as it's not like crazy now. That was silly. God damn it. Who's down? Rase? Almost got it. Mega Flirt. Yep. Heal down to ally. What we gotta do? Stop looking at them. Like, why am I blushing? Sorry, I keep thinking about it. Ooh. Oh my god. What? Oh, okay. Rose, you're the only one. Oh, we're gonna revive men. Susie? I don't even know. Let's do Susie. Stop, stop, stop. Okay. I can't even Mega Flirt. Oh my god. Is it even worth it? Yeah, it is. I'm doing it. Where are my knives? Get her. Oh, yeah. That's all I need. All I need, baby. Oh my god. I'm not even like looking out for that. Bro's still going? I'm doing the boss fight now. Did you do this? I hope so. No, you said you sped through the chapter. You don't even know what I'm doing right now. You wouldn't know the life. No! Oh my god, I forgot Rossi's dead. Oh my god, we're done. We're done. Oh my god, this one's kind of easy. If I don't like mess this up terribly. We should actually be good. Because we just need to flirt one more time. Right? I can't even look. I can't bother. Either way, like we're still like we're on the ropes right now. Jesus, bro. Can we? Can we? Mega Flirt. We got it. Bro, we're so good. No, 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 no. You can't, Doki. You're not allowed. I'll stop you. No matter what. Oh my god, if we get this wrong, we're dead. I hate dating, Mew. Wait, they both do? What? Oh my god. I'm glad I didn't have to do a question. I would have gotten it wrong. Go away. Stop. Calm down. Oh my, this is like intense. I don't know if I'm ready for this emotional impact. Don't cry. Go away. Oh my god, this is weird. Oh, yo. Oh my shit. No! It's intense. That is cool. Want to date Mew? What's happening to her? To me? Her. You can't take doing the dates alone. The body needs to survive. He had to be revived just to talk. Then, if I don't hurry and get rid of you guys, don't you think your body deserves a say too? They're gonna do something final. It's gonna be intense, and I'm going to lose. It's not true. Is it a bad idea to flirt whenever it goes to 19? I think I should heal. Shit. Oh my god. Jesus, tell me this. Nope. Green tea on me. Green tea. Date Mew. Go back to school, Mew. Have friends, Mew. Had no effect. Chris used the green tea. Why can't it just be us? Why do you
Why do you have to need someone else? Mew? Pink's body emits smoke. Pink's ghost reaches out, then stops. Oh, the HP is low. I don't even know. I think it's just better to defend. Body, listen, I'll show you. I'll show you where my Dokis come from. Blue person, help me do my final date. Body, I admit it. My heart really was beating, but it was only because when they flirted with you, I got scared. I was scared. After finally finding myself, I felt like I was losing myself. I didn't want you to be anyone else's. I only wanted you to be mine, to be me, because I hate me. And if I became something I loved, wouldn't that fix it? But just puppeting you around, that's only hurting you, isn't it? If I want us to be together, then I have to love us both. I want to be with you too, Mew. If we just listen to each other, I know we can balance being together. Oh me, let's never be apart again. Yes! Oh my god, I actually won. I feel together. Thank you, you three. Thanks to you. Aw, this is woke. Oh my god, this is a crazy euphemism. Put this on Fox News. We can finally be in harmony. Forever. Well, still the dark fountain, but... Wait! Wow! You guys really are bullies, aren't you? I just want to be like this. Ever since I saw Asgore's doll, I knew it was me. I'd been... Who is this? This is Office, is it not? I didn't even, like, take into question that this, like, was, like, a lightener, and, like, I should probably be guessing someone. It's Onion-san. I'd been possessing this body as a ghost since then, but once I got to this strange world, I could move in it. I could talk. I could be an animated cat girl. Why do you twerps have to take that away? We're sorry, but this world, it's dangerous to keep it around. But, look, we don't want to ruin your life or anything. Why don't you come to our place? Your place? We have a world like this, too. You'll probably be able to keep being a cat girl there, too. Really? Oh, thank you. I can't believe it, Mew. My hopes and dreams are glowing. Whoa, they can't name drop that. I'll go pack my big pink bags. Pink? That mean you're gonna leave? Oh my god, that voice is like distant from you now. No, I don't want to go, Ori. Everyone, I love them. You don't have to leave just yet. We still haven't reached the fountain. Oh, okay. Ori, I'll stay with you until the end, okay?
Pink, I'll stay with you too.
Oh my god. Well, what are you waiting for? Get the hell out of here already. Well, guess we'd better get going. Oh. Hey, wait. My body, she forgot to give you something. I don't know why, but we've had this since we got here. And, you don't need it. So you have it. Shadow crystal. Wow. There. Are we done now, body? Actually, let me give you something else. Mew. I love it. Hey, what the? See you later, Mew. Oh, I'm doing a crazy face RL. Oh. Just is something crazy RL, but you can't see it, so my bad. What? What? What's up, bub? Aw. Aw. I realize being a cave hermit means you don't really meet people. Now that you've met me, I'll show up here as well. Okay. Ha! Locating pink metal. Now this is something I can do. Shoo! Ooh. 1 in garden, 4 in cliff, 1 in castle east, 1 at the top of castle. Why do I need all of them? Whoa. Welcome to our hidden place. A dark road lies ahead of you, but if we can, we will light your way. Weapons and armor made from our petals, linked by your coins. Even if you may use it to defeat us, we know you should have this power. Now, choose 3 of us. Oh, it's not even a gun. Okay. So we have the knife. Can I talk to you? No.
You'll pick me, right? Right?
Aqua knife. A weapon for Chris. It'll be easier to get critical hits. Buy this for 100 flowery dollars or think 3 and 3 pink coins. Oh my god. Do not buy because I fucking can't. The Path of Love Walk Easy. Blue shoes. A weapon for Rouse. Pacify will cost 0 TP. Not good enough. Not good enough.
You're gonna need my tactics. You're gonna need my tactics.
Forgot, bro. It's so hard to like remember talking to everyone. Seth specs. Armor. Be invulnerable longer after taking damage. Okay. Maybe. I kind of just want to buy it because you're Seth. I like you, Seth, a lot. Green apron. Armor. Slightly recover HP when defending. That sounds kind of good. Should all remember it.
Obviously, mine's the best.
Armor. Susie's. A scythe mirror will cost less TP. I kind of don't remember what that does. Let me check. Can I check? Right? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can I check? Scythe mirror. Inflicts all enemies with bad dreams. All tired enemies will be spared. That's okay. Rouse can do it anyway. I don't care about that too much. It helps you in your justice. Yellow hat armor. Spells are 20% stronger. Maybe. Yeah, probably you, Green Apron, and Seth, because I can only get 3, it said, right? So if I get all the pink coins. This is cool. Guess I can try doing a bit more of that while I have the chapter left. Oh, I realized being in a cave. Yeah. Again, another 50 coins. Are you kidding me? 1 in garden, 4 in cliff, 1 in castle east, 1 at the top of castle, 4 in where? Cliffs. 4, wow. I can try finding them on my own, but we'll see. If you're still here, so what's up? I liked the, we're still doing this? I guess y'all are attacking me again, this makes sense. Yo! Oh, I don't have to worry anymore. I don't have to worry about damage. Nice. Gotta be something that way. What? Oh, did I already get it? Maybe. I'm cool with this. This little exploring bit. This is cool. What if I jump down? I saw it. Yes. Yes. Okay, so that's one. I also need more flowery coins. How do I get more of those? Is that something I can still consistently do? Can't beat him, join him. What if I farm all of your vermin? Would you perhaps give me a pink coin? Bunny ears. That's 2 in bunny ears. Ooh. Nice. Watch for falling peaches. I don't even think I went all the way up. I think I literally like stopped myself because I didn't want to do this yet. Sounds promising. I didn't. Wait, no, yes I did. Maybe. We'll see. I can dash through y'all. What am I doing? Not you though. Oh. Wow, as in owl. There's no shit here. No shitses, man. 0 shitses. Wait. No, I did. Locate him again. Just because I can. 1 in garden, 3 in cliff, 1 in castle east, 1 in top of castle. Okay. Wait, that means 3 plus 3. 9 more. Okay. Yeah, so I really only can get 9 items. 9 items max. I get you. I don't remember going this way. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. Oh, where's that? Justice? Oh, what the hell? You have to fight me now. You fell right where I wanted you to. There's no escape now. You didn't miss me? You missed me. You didn't miss me? You missed me. Going up? Yeah. Oh my god. Cool. I missed you. You didn't miss me? You missed me. I kind of want to fight just to see if they have a little bit of dialogue if you do it, encounter them, but nah. Ugh, I keep forgetting these buttons. Ooh, I'm not surprised that I missed one here. Okay. I think it's under one of y'all. I really do. I think it has something to do with the fact that I can even do this. No! Oh my god! Blow away! Get out of my life. 70%. Goddamn. Okay. I have no healing, I forgot. It's alright. Spare you. 70. That'll do. I thought I tried sparing you. Shit, did I spare the wrong person? Oh my god. It's alright. So, what do you have? Yeah, let's spare you. Nice action on you, and then spare you. Oh, yeah. Where do I go? This is the only slope. I'm obsessed with it. Okay. You only need to jump, trust the wind. So I think I went this way before. Did I do this before? Probably. Can't make it without this. Ooh. Stop it, Rossi. Yes, I definitely went here. Yep, I was here. Kind of reminds of Queen's Jail. Huh, wish lands could be here. Yeah, me too. Wasn't talking to you, man. Yeah, me neither. Was that on my phone? I don't think it was anything. Just checking the time. Trying to be precise. I have to assume there's nothing this way, but I do want to make sure. Ooh, okay. Whoa, cool. Worth. Yes. Wait, how many coins do I have again? I can't even check, I forgot. Dude, I swear that one's different. Gotta be for a reason. Almost got stuck on that. Oh, fuck you. Sorry, screw you. No, not you. You, why is this here? For a reason, I tell you what. Damn it. No! I swear. It's gonna happen. I just don't know how. What if I do this? I jump from here on around. Doesn't matter. But what if I jumped on them? Wouldn't work. Almost, man. There's no point. Why am I doing this? It's just not normal. Tell you what, it's just not normal. There's just a flower down here. Tell you what. Why is the flower down here? Couldn't tell you. You tell me. Maybe it's this. Go to here. And then, goddamn it. Something here, man. I'm telling you, man. There's secrets that are hiding. I just realized that that flower is the same exact stem. There's nothing different about this one. We can already do this anyway. Man, it didn't matter. Jesus Christ. Get me. Oh! Make tired. I can't do anything. Just reminding me things of his responsibilities. Okay, they're both tired. Nice. Let's get that juice. I want all that TP, please. All of it. All of it. Yes! Is that because you have Jevel's tail? It's not like I can check. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do this. Unless I did it and the money respawned, which would be awesome. I genuinely think it did. What if I jumped really far? Nope. Now I can check. No, she has Justice Axe. This is still the cliffs, okay. Door. We do need to do it. Pink coin. Pink coins. But there's also enemies in here, I remember. Oh shit. Shoot! Hey, nothing attacking me. Get all of it. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it. Nice. What? One smidge left. Nice. Even though it always comes back. Where's this? Okay. Oh! Shortcut. Too bad I don't need it. Okay, now they're revolving. And you're still attacking me? Really? Get your bullet pattern out of here. What is that? Oh. I don't even know what I just hit, if that was aqua or not. I guess we're going again. Oh, I'm gonna die. Dying outside a battle is depressing. And it's about to happen. Oh my god. There we go. Shice, bro. What? I'm missing things. I know I am. Oh, I forgot about this. Ooh, there might be something here. Did I even go this way last time? I have to go the way that I didn't go. I think I deliberately went this way. I feel a pink coin nearby. I sense it. And this is true, I can do that. Oh, I already got this. Okay, I understand. And I won't make the mistake again. You got it, boss. I don't remember doing this. Wait, maybe I do remember doing this. And if I do, I'm gonna be really mad. Oh my god, this is how you get up here. And then this showed up. Oh my god, there's a shortcut. I still sense a pink coin nearby. Something here. Come on, man, please. Help me out. Oh, wait, that was good. No, now I want to go back. Nice. What is that? No enemy? Right. I remember. Did I just get to the other side? Where am I? What? Actually. This is a fine question. Okay. Yeah, let me do it again. This time I got it. That's all I want. It's to make you proud. Oh, was that something I could have done? Yo, Jesus. Why would you do that? No. Never mind. Send me back. Oh, this is like infinite coins. Honestly, like a good source. It worked. What? Was this really how I got up here? I don't remember this at all. Frankly. I want all the pink coins, man. Gotta get. Well, I think now I can buy something if I want. Yeah, I only have 4. It's not bad though. Hey! Pink! Okay, well, I'm gonna do that and then we can stop. Check out my new... Oh, blue and orange, 2 and 3. Oh, my neck. Orange and rosé, pink and crisp, pink and orange. Aqua and Seth. I still wonder what the inspiration for this like feature is. Why this would be here. Okay. I'll check you out. Do you know? No. Do yellow and orange first. Get used to the voices. And voices might change. Orange. I think you's missing something to be human.
What? What? I am. What?
There you go. Now you look just perfect.
Look at me. I'm Yo. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
You are?
Then who am I?
Oh, no.
Who am I? That was a joke, dummy. You're Yellow.
But you got the hat. Love yellow. Seth and orange? Sure.
Orange. I sketched an ideal body type for you as a human. Really? Oh, look. Wow. The eyes are so big. And the ears so triangular and on top of the head. Yes. I did a lot of research on this one. Seth, you idiot. This doesn't look like me at all. What? Of course it doesn't. Why is she mad? Seth, the heart of a flower is oh so delicate. Perhaps she wanted you to see the beauty in her current self. Seth's a bully. They didn't draw my abs. They didn't draw a smiley face on the sun either.
Or no, they didn't draw a smiley face. Oh my god, these voices, bro. It's what.
That too, jerk.
Bro, I give orange blue's voice and. Or no, never mind. Yellow, orange, blue. It's hard, man. This is tough. Green and orange? Sure.
Green, finally we got some time to ourselves. Blue and yellow are all sweet and sappy. Seth and Aqua are always making trouble. But Green, when I'm alone, I always know you got my back. 'Cause I love to eat, and you're a chef. Green?
Thank you for the second back platter, Green.
I can't believe you. Making amazing food behind your back.
I also joined.
I don't care. I don't care if you have a Star Walker. I have my own.
Mini Walker. That's not original. Orange and I'll say, sure. Susie was pulling my ear to have a talk with you. Wait. I gotta make sure this is correct. Susie was pulling my ear to have a talk with you. I have to say, I'm sorry for calling you a mouse. I didn't realize in the moment how it made you feel.
Well, apology accepted, I guess.
It's just embarrassing how much you were projecting. Projecting?
I mean, you're the one with this big ugly rat.
Rat?
Name is an R, and you have a big floppy ears.
I'm not a...
You don't even have boxing gloves. Or, headwear. I mean, most of us humans have headwear.
Oh, the Rousey needs a hat thing again, huh? Look, I'm cute. Look at my paw pads. It's cute.
What? Okay, it's cute.
That was a bit loud. Pink and Chris, pink and orange and Susie. Yeah.
Blue, give me advice.
Famous advice. Okay, dear. First, move like a butterfly. Then, sting like a bee.
Okay. I need to have wings and a stinger like humans.
Humanity is in the eyes of the behavior. Wait. Yeah, beholder, not behavior. Jesus.
The beholder? Wait, how many eyes am I supposed to have?
3. This is immaculate.
It's not 2. One big one. Don't just say random numbers. That's not what I'm trying to tell her.
Death, 4 eyes. 4. That's not what she meant. She's just insulting me. Huh? I was. Oh god, there's a lot of blue and orange for some reason.
Blue, my spare gloves have gone missing. Have you seen them? Blue.
I admit it, Orange. I took them. But it was only to craft you a most resplendent and unforgettable gift.
Aw, Blue. Can you change them back? Maybe Yellow would like them better. Hey!
Jeez, Blue. This is nutty. I'm losing my money on this.
Blue, what is the path of the human champion?
The victor you seek comes not from bare knuckle, but from the conquest of the greatest enemy, your mind's shadow. The struggle of the mind, is there not anything more human?
You mean, if I want to beat the bad guys, I gotta beat up my own brain? Also, you'll win more if you use knives.
No, Aqua. Guns. You should use guns.
I can't decide. You sniveling idiots, think about what you're saying.
Orange has 2 hands. She can use both. Shit, that is the one I just did, right? Yeah. Orange and Susie. What do y'all got to say together? Hey, Orange. Just wanted to say, it's okay if you're kind of different, whatever.
What are you implying? I'm exactly what I want to be. A human.
Why does it matter if you're human or not?
Because Because that's what we all decided to be. And if I don't look like one, it's because well, whatever you are, it's cool, right? You can just be orange. You can't do a bad job being what you are. Ooh. Huh. For a real human, you're actually pretty nice. Thanks. Sorry, I called you a bully. Yeah, it's all good. I'm used to it. Well, get not used to it. Getting there. Ooh, that was actually good lines. Yes. We need more from Susie. More Susie. I know we've been doing a lot of side stuff, so we haven't been seeing much of Susie lately. But story-wise, she's pretty prevalent right now. So it's cool. Oh, crack my neck. Pink and orange, which I got. Everyone, it's nice to meet you. I'm Pink. I'm not really a real flower, but... Ooh, orange. Does she like throwing knives? Of course, and bombs. She's the best.
Oh, Pink. Your tutu speaks volumes for your heart. Sorry, I have to check something. Oh, hell no. So let me change this. I mean, it's visible now. No, it doesn't. Oh, okay, whatever. I guess I'm just gonna have to do it like that. Oh, Pink, your tutu speaks the volumes in your heart.
Yeah, we're trying to be human anyway.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're trying to be... Sorry, I had to get back to the conversation.
And she does got a human's tail, too.
Welcome, Pink. Oh, Pink, welcome to the team.
Thank you. No one forget I found her first.
Beautiful. And now Pink and Chris?
Yeah. Hey, blue idiot.
Me?
I have something to tell you. That's you. Or, that's you.
This body, it still feels dokies for you. Look, it's not like I want this or anything, but even someone like me can't get in the way of true love. If it's for my body, let's date, mew. Dude, you know Chris flirts with every enemy, right? Meow? I mean, we were just acting to win the battle. Meow? Oh man, Chris, you really went too far this time. It's okay, Chris. No one else ever really took your flirt seriously. Flirt seriously? Meow. No! Love malfunction. Mew. You idiot! What the heck did you do to my body? Listen, I was serious. Gotta win. Listen, I was serious this time, Mia. Serious? No chance in HE double pocky sticks. No one has the right to blow up my body except me. You got it, boss. Oh, we have new ones? Oh yeah, Aqua and South and Aqua and Orange. Ooh, Aqua and Orange. I love Aqua conversations. Aqua's the goat.
Orange. Ooh, I barely recognize you. You look so human. Don't I? I look very trained and strong, don't I?
Ooh, strong human. Your hands became swollen and round from training.
Hands? These are gloves.
Oh, your hands are not swollen and round?
No!
Never mind. You don't look human.
I do!
Bro, she's so mean. Oh, that's so cool, the fact that I'm playing this video game. It's cool. Take a break for $20 flowery dollars. Break.
So, my name is Aqua, and I'm a girl. Seth, are you girl too? Or boy? What? A real tactician never reveals any unnecessary information. Ooh, you mean you don't know? Shh, shut up! Of course I know! Well, I'm a girl, and yellow's a boy. Hey, I am a boy. I'm a cowboy, and green's a chef. Sorry, I lost his accent there. I lost my Texan twang. Seth, whether you have an answer or not, is it not all the beauty? Is not all the beauty of the kaleidoscope of life? Thanks, everyone. That's right. No matter who you are, you owe me $5. We're all gonna beat you with hammers for your crimes. Wait. Yes.
This is beautiful. I like that one a lot. During Pride Month? Ooh, Toby Fox, you win. Okay. Oh, shoot. There was one more thing I wanted to do. What? Second diner? When was this ever here? Oh, okay, yeah. And then this leads to where I think it leads? No, leads here. Oh my god, I forgot to do this. I think I wait to do it. Just because. I'll write like I'll write myself like a sticky note or something, and if I forget, I'll just do it on a different route or something.
Lady Aqua, practice your spiral dance, spiral dance.
Lady Aqua, we must make you prim and proper, bring pride to Asgore. Who are these? They should be enemies, they look cool. And you, archers? That's cool. What? Is it still going?
Ooh, can I have compound eyes? Like human? Like human?
Oh, it smells like if a second diner was built out of the first diner. You are filled with a certain diner. Huh. What does it say? Right diner. What? Check the rest register. It only contains flowery pennies, which aren't worth anything. Dang it. Feminine, strong. That's true. Oh, yeah, I think I'm done. For now, for tonight. I think I gotta close this game. And wait, check this out, check this out, check this out. Watch this. Ooh. Yeah, that's what happens when the stream's ending. Where's that music? Where's that? Oh yeah. Put this at like... Put it here, and then I can turn it down manually to like right here. No, that's too quiet. Yeah, like right here. Okay. Nice stream. That was good. I'm almost a little glad I still haven't finished, and I don't have spoilers. Well, I had spoilers for the Mew, but we're past that. Oh, the game needs an update. We got a hotfix. Fixed a crash towards the end of the game in an area with a yellow guy in the background. Fixed a crash involving a small glove. They don't have spoilers on them. Well, kind of do. Not really. Fixed a crash when knives spawn from an aqua-colored enemy. And after said enemy is defeated. Okay. Fixed a situation where Chris could be gigantic, and the game was unplayable if you had modified your save file in a previous chapter. Oh wow. Funny. Oh, whoops. This one's called I'm Telling. Nice. We could loop this one. This one's nice. Sorry, I'm just listening. I don't even remember this one. It's called Velvet Tactics. Really nice time. Really nice game. I'm enjoying this chapter a lot. This Toby Fox has upheld it. Glad I don't have spoilers. I don't have spoilers for the weird route. I think I'm gonna stream that too. Oh shit, but I need to do the 3 and 4. I might not stream that. We'll just have to see. I might do it all in one stream, we'll see. Could do that. But yeah. I had a really good time. Not a lot to discuss. Mimi was cool battle. I wonder if that's gonna go anywhere. The only other spoiler that I have is I'm not gonna be going back to hometown. So I guess I'm probably not gonna get to see the whole revolution of that. But I don't know, that's all I know, so it's really vague. However this chapter could go, but God, Asgore's story is turning out really cool. It's really interesting. Oh, whenever he sees Chris in them, it's gonna be good. I'm excited. I'm really excited, but sorry, I just got messaged. You know, I think I'm gonna end stream now, but okay, yeah. Good stream. I'll probably be back to it. I think tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, the next day. But I'm gonna try because I don't have any spoilers, so I'm not gonna not take advantage of that. Yeah. So good stream. Be seeing y'all. What's a good ending song? I don't know. Goodbye.